The Shadowcats got a big-time win in yesterday's game against the Cane Cutters, and now go for 2 straight as the Shadowcats trying to make a playoff push in the second half of the season, taking on the Cane Cutters here from Veterans Field. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our broadcast booth in Veterans Field. Alongside Will Clifford, I'm Josh Rajnov. Shadowcats got a big win yesterday, looking to keep the momentum going today as we welcome you to the Resco Welding pregame show. For all your contracting needs in Denison, call Resco Welding at 903-624-1943. And you're listening to Sherman Shadowcats baseball on the J. Shockley State Farm Shadowcats Audio Network. Call 903-462-0152 for your local agent for home and auto in Denison and Sherman. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. The Shadowcats in the second half have looked like a completely different team. And even though they're just 3-2, Will, feels like the Shadowcats, they're playing with a lot better of an energy and they're in a lot more games. You think about a game like last night where the Shadowcats had error issues, a little bit of walking issues, but still enough fight to come back down 2 in the late innings and get a big win.
Josh, I think baseball teams are defined by how they respond when they go down. And this second half Sherman team has showed that they don't like to fold over and roll over easy. They don't like giving up the big runs late in the game, and they can go score big runs late in the game. That's why they're just to give under 500 right now, a chance to make it 500 on the second half of the season.
And something that Shadowcats manager Barry Manuel says all the time to us in the second half, he says you have to split each series, and then if you split each series and then come back and win maybe a few more after that, maybe pick up a couple sweeps here and there, that means that you're going to have a really good chance to make the playoffs, because the first team that made it in the first half, the Victoria Generals, they were 9 games above 500, but Acadiana was the next team that made it, and they were only a couple games above 500, so the Shadowcats, they don't even need to outlast those 2 teams in the second half, because Victoria and Acadiana, if they finish in the top 2, then it goes to the next 2 teams. So the Shadowcats would need to just finish in the top third of the league in the second half to get a win. 500 or just above 500 should get the Shadowcats there in the second half. So Barry Manuel needing to split each series, but the Shadowcats lost the series to Abilene in Abilene, so trying to make up for it with a win today. And to do so, they send out John Langnig on the mound, and the Shadowcats trying to get their right-hander going as we get into the Clay Cooley Hyundai of Sherman pitching matchup. John Langnig, the righty, making his 5th start on the year. He's 0-3 in 12 innings of work, a 15.32 ERA, 2.68 WHIP, 12 Ks. Barry Manuel, when talking to him last night about his starting pitcher, said John Langnig is going to be on a short leash because he has been walking a lot of guys recently. 11 walks on the year, but a lot of them have come in his past few outings.
Josh, in his last outing alone, he only got through a third of an inning. That was on July 1st, and an 11-10 Shadowcats win. He gave up 2 earned runs, and all of it came from the walks. He didn't even get hit. He just could not find the strike zone. So for John Langnig, who has struggled to find spots over the plate, needs a competitive outing today as he goes for his 5th start of the season.
And on the other side of the ball for the Cane Cutters, Cannon Dempsey getting the start for Acadiana, making just his 2nd start of the year, but appearing for the 8th time. He's 2-0 on the year with a save in 11 innings of work, a 6.55 ERA. Does have a 2.09 WHIP, 10 strikeouts to go along with 10 walks. So Dempsey on the bump for Acadiana, the right-hander out of Blackburn College, and a guy who can light up the radar gun, throws in the low to mid-90s with his fastball, and a guy that Acadiana is going to need to eat up a few innings because, Will, similar to the Shadowcats, the Cane Cutters very thin with their roster and pitching staff.
This isn't the same Acadiana squad that made the playoffs in the first half. They're just 1-4 to start the year, or to start the second half of the season. And in his last outing, he did go 3 scoreless, Josh, but It's the fact that he's a high leverage arm. He's got a save on the season. Dempsey is the glue guy. Dempsey is the stopper for Acadiana. Someone who they'll put in spots when the team needs a win, needs to get out of an inning, needs to take a game. He's the guy that they're going to go to, and they're going with him today.
So Acadiana going with a Blackburn College student who transferred in from Texas A&M Texarkana. And Acadiana going to need a big start out of him as the Shadowcats got going early in yesterday's game. As we get into the highlights from yesterday, the Shadowcats, again, got into a early lead, 1-0 in the bottom of the first inning. But then in the top of the second, the Gloves started losing it for the Shadowcats. 3 straight errors gave the bases loaded to Acadiana, and Hayden LeBlue tried to strike first in this game. Pitch. Line down the left field line, it bounces fair. Hugs inside of the corner as it goes all the way to the corner. As Sessions just now getting to it. 2-run score. Espirqueta is held up at third. It's a 2 RBI double for Hayden LeBlue. And Acadiana reclaims the lead right back. It's 2-1 in the top of the second. Another run would come across as Acadiana would lead 3-1. All 3 of those runs off of Andrew Gruters, the starting pitcher, were unearned. So then the Shadowcats try to start the comeback cats once again. They scored a couple of runs in the bottom of the third inning, and then Cole Carnes had a chance with a runner on third, less than 2 outs to bring home a run. 1-2 to the lefty Carnes. The pitch. This one tapped on the ground towards short. Eshelman gets it on a high hop, throws to first in time. And there's 2 gone in the inning, but a run comes across as Felstad scores, touching the plate on the ground out. Shadowcats take the lead with 3 in the bottom of the third. They now lead it 4-3. So the Shadowcats took the lead in the third, but then Andrew Gruters, who threw 30 pitches in the second inning, cruised through the third and fourth, but then the fifth started running out of gas, and he was getting knocked around the park. A single and a double brought home a run, and then Isaiah Castaneda had a chance with a guy on board to try and give Acadiana the lead. 2-0. This one driven deep out to left field. Sessions going back. He looks up. That ball is out of here. A 2-run shot for Isaiah Castaneda. This game has flipped on its head in the top of the fifth. It's now 6-4. The Cane Cutters lead the Shadowcats here in the top of the fifth inning. So take 2 for the comeback Cats. Now down 2 runs, needing to come back, and didn't get anything going in the bottom of the fifth. But after a shutdown inning in the bottom of the sixth, had a man in scoring position and a new guy for the Cats trying to make an impact. 0-1 the count and the pitch. This one a broken bat, flare into left field. It gets down for a base hit in front of Castronada. Babcock rounding third. The throw home from left, not in time. Camden Babcock scores on the RBI single from Jarrett Halter, who moves up to second on the throw. And the Shadowcats cut the 2-run deficit in half. It's now 6-5 in the bottom of the sixth. But then the 2 teams would trade runs. Acadiana would tie at 6-6 and then eventually take the lead. The Shadowcats would tie at 6-6, and then Acadiana would take the lead 7-6. And the Shadowcats tied it in the bottom of the eighth, and then a chance with Bubba Moya at the plate and Babcock on third. 3-1. This one hit, diving stop by Espirqueta at third. The throw home, not in time to get Babcock.
Moya hits infielder's choice. Another run scores.
Espirqueta came straight home as Babcock was going on first contact. He comes home to score. Shadowcats take the lead. It's 8-7 in the bottom of the eighth inning. And the Shadowcats would tack on one more after that, still having a guy in scoring position on third, and Zach Felstad with a chance to get more crucial insurance runs. 0-1 chopper over the leap of the shortstop Eshelman and into center field, a base hit. Moya comes home to score. It's an RBI single for Felstad. It's 10-7 in the bottom of the eighth. Shadowcats on top. The Buffalo Wild Wings player of the game yesterday had a couple of RBIs, including that big insurance run, as the Shadowcats put up 4 in the bottom of the eighth inning, and Edwin Nunez, making his season debut, lit up the radar gun and closed down the save for the Cats in the top of the ninth inning. And the Shadowcats took game 1 of this series 10-7, and now look for the sweep tonight against Acadiana to even up the start of the second half at 3-3. So the Shadowcats win yesterday. So how can they get the win today? Well, I talked with Shadowcats manager Barry Manuel ahead of today's game on the Abel Alleman Roofing Coaches Report on the Rusco Welding pregame show. And welcome back here on the Rusco Welding pregame show. Josh Rajnov, and it's time for our Abel Alleman Roofing Coaches Report. I'm joined by Shadowcats manager Barry Manuel ahead of today's game with the Cane Cutters. Coach, how we doing?
I'm good, Josh. How you doing?
Doing fantastic. Always great to be here at the ballpark, and always great chatting with you.
Oh, definitely.
It was a fun one yesterday. Shadowcats with another comeback win, and the Cardiac Cats seem to be in play all the time. What do you like so much about this team that they're never out of a ball game?
I feel we were gritty, and I guess the word dirtbags. We just, whatever it's going to take to win, we're going to do whatever we have to. And that's something you have to have in you when maybe the chip's not going your way or the game's not going, and you find a way how to scratch, claw, and do what you have to. But when you gritty like that, things that you may not win, but you're going to get really close to it.
You said the term dirtbag yesterday when we were talking, and then you also said the term dirtbag a bunch in the first half, and the players seem to be using it a lot as well. Is that sort of becoming a mantra? And to maybe people who maybe see that as a negative connotation, what does that mean in baseball terms?
It's a positive. It's positive. What I mean by that is like they can be gritty. They're gonna dive. They're gonna do whatever they have to do. I guess you could say, like my older brother says, he always says, anything short of death you must do. He always tells me that. And I guess that's what I'm saying is that diving for a ball, sliding for a ball, bleeding, whatever, fill in the blank. As long as you're not dying or getting hurt, you're doing whatever it takes to win. That's a dirtbag where it just gives me everything 110% all the time.
So you heard it here first. Dirtbag is not a negative
It's
term.
not. It's
a positive term, especially for baseball.
Yes.
And a lot of guys like that, including Zach Felstad, who yesterday kind of sacrificed himself with a bunt in that situation that created chaos. And when talking to him after the game, he said that whenever you bunt like that, whenever you play small ball, it just creates chaos. So offensively, is that something that you're thinking about, trying to create that chaos for the defense?
Definitely, because what happens is, a pitcher, talking about pitchers, sometimes they get nervous. Excuse me. They get nervous and they don't throw strikes. They're trying to be too fine. And then at the same time, somebody's got to grab that ball, somebody's got to throw that ball, somebody's got to catch it, fill in the blank. And sometimes don't go that way. Sometimes they rush too much. And that's what it's all about. Sometimes when things not going your way, sometimes you got to ignite something. You got to start it yourself, and that kind of happens that way.
And the Shadowcats scored 10 runs yesterday in a very, different way from the Shadowcats had been scoring to start this second half. Lots of small ball and not too many of the big hits. Just how much are you preaching get him over and get him in the dugout?
Manufacture runs all the time. When you got a guy second, third, one out, no outs, find a way, whatever it takes to do. It may be the ugliest thing in the world, it might be the ugliest swing, it might be whatever, but have pride in yourself and be that dirtbag, that positive dirtbag, that you're going to get the guy in for third base at all costs. And then you do that every inning. If you have a guy at third base every inning, you got 9 runs right there. But you have to be selfless. If you're selfish, it's not going to happen. If you're worried about, I got to get a base hit, but if you're selfless and you're going to do whatever it takes, you're going to be on top. You're going to win.
Chatting with Shadowcats manager Barry Manuel ahead today's game with the Cane Cutters. Coach, yesterday a lot of positives, especially on the offensive side. Still some negatives, though. It wasn't a clean game by any means. A very dirty game yesterday, and especially 4 errors on the defense, including 3 in that second inning, another one later, 4 unearned runs in yesterday's game. How do you clean those mistakes up on defense?
Well, I think what happens is you have to want the ball all the time, and if you do have an error, want the ball back again. But what the biggest thing was, even more than the error, is our pitch count got to 30 that inning, and it shouldn't have been 30, but it happens. But he could have gone, Gruders could have gone maybe 6, maybe 7 innings right there. But again, it's a game of baseball. You make errors, but I'll tell our guys, make every play you're supposed to make, and make 2 or 3 maybe they don't think you're going to make. You can be on and throw strikes. You're going to be out on top.
Some errors, but then also some really nice plays by Zach Felstad at short. He was moving all over the infield, making nice plays, good throws. Amongst a lot of the errors, he seems to be the steady rock at shortstop. What have you liked about him playing in the 6th spot?
Well, what I feel most of all is that he doesn't take his at-bat to the field or his field to the at-bat. And if everybody, and a lot of our guys are like that, you're gonna make it somewhere. You may be 0 for 4, 3, but you make your plays on the field, or you might have had an error and you're 2 for 3. Don't let them intertwine with each other. But I like because he's gritty. He goes in the gap, in the hole. He's gonna make a play. He's gonna give you everything he's got every time. And more than not, it's on a good positive side where he makes the play. If it's not, it's really close to a bang bang.
Talking with Shadowcats manager Barry Manuel. Coach, you mentioned the importance of splitting each series. Trying to split each series and then maybe take a couple more after that, that is the key to making the playoffs, and that's your path to making the playoffs in the second half. So you lost both in Abilene, now going for the sweep today against Acadiana. Momentum's only as good as your next day's starting pitcher. What do you need out of John Lankenich today to try and get the win?
I think John's just going to have his breaking ball and his changeup ready to go in the zone, make his fastball look faster, and pound the zone again with all three of them. Keep him off balance. And I think he will, and that's the name of the game today. He's going to be the catalyst to see what we're going to do. We go out there and pound the zone, get through that first inning with a goose egg, and then let everything else start taking care of itself. And I think that's going to be the catalyst for the day.
Yesterday, you struck first in the bottom of the first inning. Even though you gave up the lead later, how important is it for your squad to start ahead of the opposing team?
Well, like I said, as a pitcher, we go out there and we hold them to that first inning, then we come back in the bottom at home and we score. The momentum's carried our way. And then as a pitcher, you go out the next inning and you put up another goose egg because you need the momentum to stay on your side. And I think with these guys, they're so gritty and in a positive way, dirtbags, that I think that we're going to go out there and we have that opportunity. I feel we have opportunity to win every ball game. We may not, but we will be close, or we will be deserving by the way we play.
And the Shadowcats try to win a ball game today against the Acadiana Cane Cutters. Coach, thank you so much for joining the show.
Thanks, Josh. Appreciate it. Go Cats.
That's Shadowcats.
And we're back here on the Rusco Welding pregame show. Now it is our in-house PA announcer, Adam Cenero, to announce the Shadowcats starting lineups.
Batting fifth, playing second base, number 26, Izzy Cosme. Batting sixth, playing catcher tonight, number 21, Charlie Boyles. Batting seventh, playing right field, number 24, Camden Badcock. Batting eighth, playing third base, number 19, Jared Halter. And batting ninth, playing center field, number 11, Bubba Boya. Starting on the mound, pitching tonight for the Shadowcats, number 4, John Lankenich. The Shadowcats are led by head coach Barry Manuel. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please rise and remove your hats, if you're able to, as we honor America with the singing of the national anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' spread glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
And thank you, Adam Cernero. Our in-house PA announcer and also our anthem singer, Adam Sonero, does it all for the Shadowcats. As the Sherman Shadowcats take the field, they're trying to get 2 straight wins over the Acadiana Cane Cutters. Hello and welcome inside our broadcast booth alongside Will Clifford. I'm Josh Rajanov. Shadowcats trying to go 2 straight against the Cane Cutters and even up in the second half of the year. So the Shadowcats going for 2 straight wins and a crucial game against the Cane Cutters, who sent out a lineup that goes like this. Braylon Harris leads off, plays center field. Grant Haas bats in the 2-hole, plays first base. Aiden Eshelman bats in the 3-hole, plays shortstop. Isaiah Castaneda in the cleanup spot, playing left field. Abel Thetford, the second baseman, bats 5th. Ethan Espiercueta bats in the 6-hole, plays third base. Hayden LeBlue, the right fielder, bats 7th. Caleb Caldwell, the catcher, bats 8th. And Grayson Boudreau, the designated hitter. For the Shadowcats field, Ricky Riccio in left field, Bubba Moya in center, Camden Babcock in right. Jarrett Halter getting his first looks in the field after DHing yesterday, gets the start at third base. Zach Felstad at short, Izzy Ben Cosme at second, Tyler Sessions at first. Charlie Boyles does the catching. For the Shadowcats starting pitcher, John Langhenig. The righty, the freshman out of Seward County Community College, native to Midland, Texas, making his 5th start on the year. The guy who has really struggled in his past few outings. Overall, 12 innings of work, a 15.32 ERA, a 2.68 whip, 12 strikeouts, and 11 walks. So the Shadowcats really need him to be effective in the zone. Barry Manuel says that he has a short leash on his starting pitcher, and the manager wants to see that his changeup and breaking ball are working, because in games where Langhenig isn't getting or isn't walking guys, he's been hit around quite a lot, and the Shadowcats need a good start from their starter today. The Shadowcats in their white jerseys with Shadowcats underlined across the chest in script, white pants and black socks and black caps. Acadiana in their red and blue combo jerseys, it's red on the chest and back, blue sleeves with blue numbers, Cane Cutters underlined in block across the chest, gray pants, and red socks. John Langhenig toes the rubber, the righty set, dealing home to the lefty Braylon Harris. First pitch, a strike on the inner half, and the count's 0-1 and Langhenig underway. So the Shadowcats need their starting pitcher to be competitive in the zone. Throwing the 0-1 pitch, Harris takes up and away. He's walked a lot of guys as of late, and his last outing went just a 3rd inning of work, could only get 1 out. That 1 out brought in a run too, was a sacrifice fly after he walked the bases loaded. 1-0 misses low, and the count is 2-1. So Barry Manuel says that he's going to have a short leash on his starting pitcher today, and the Shadowcats really need him to have a good start. 2-1. That one, a strike at the bottom of the zone. The count's 2-2. They needed to have a good start because, Will, the Shadowcats pitching staff very thin.
Josh, as we continue to chug on through the baseball season here in the TCL, more arms is a luxury, and a luxury the Cats don't have.
2-2 the count, the pitch to Harris. Called strike 3. Got him looking on a fastball at the bottom of the zone. First strikeout on the first batter Langhenig faces, and there's 1 gone, top of the first, no score.
Josh, that is just huge for Langhenig's confidence. The fact that he walked 6 guys in his last outing and then comes out and strikes out the first batter, there's numbers to it. We also saw his fastball jump up 2 miles an hour just in 1 at-bat.
So first pitch to Grant Haas, line toward short, caught by Felstad. A soft line drive by Grant Haas that time, as it was only 80 miles per hour off the bat, got it in off the hands, right to the shortstop position. Felstad made the chest-high catch, and there's quickly 2 gone to start this game in the top of the first. No one on board, no score. Just what the doctor ordered for John Langhenig. Again, the Shadowcats need him to go 5, and Barry Manuel talks about the importance of whenever their starting pitcher can get 4 or 5 innings. First pitch, pops foul by Aiden Eshelman, and the count's 0-1. He says whenever his bullpen sees the starters going 5 or maybe even 6, but 4 or 5 innings, then it gives them confidence that they can come in and face these hitters. 0-1 the count. And the pitch. Chopped on the ground, fouled on the third base line, so the count's 0-2. And in the past 3 starts for the Shadowcats, they've had all of their starters go 5 innings. Spencer Bass went 5 innings, giving up just 3 runs, all coming in the bottom of the 5th in Wednesday's game. Thursday's game, another 5-inning start, and then same thing yesterday. 0-2 the count, and the pitch. Misses up. Tried getting him with a high fastball at 92 miles per hour, but no budge from Eshelman. So the count's 1-2 to the righty in the box. The freshman out of UTSA sees a 1-2 pitch. Misses high. Once again trying to get him to wave and miss at the high fastball, but Eshelman doing a good job of taking that pitch. That is a much tougher take than it seems 2 straight times, as that's a chest-high fastball that looks very attractive to the hitter. Eshelman lays off and sees a 2-2 pitch. This one blooped into shallow left field. Down the line, it falls in foul territory. That one mere inches to the left of the line in left field, as that was a broken bat flare by Eshelman, who will need a new piece of wood. He doesn't know that the ball was foul yet. Now he retreats back to home plate and getting a new bat, as that one, a 90-mile-per-hour fastball that ran in on the hands, caught that one off the handle.
For Langhanig, his velo is now up 6 miles an hour since his first pitch. His first fastball, Josh, was 86-mile-an-hour heater, just down the middle, not too much heat on the heater. But then he comes back with a 92-mile-an-hour heater. So the confidence possibly starting to come in as he's starting to find the zone and just hammer away.
But Barry Manuel talks about his importance of an off-speed pitch. Let's see if he uses one here on a 2-2 count. The righty comes set and delivers home. Fastball that slapped the other way. Babcock ranging towards the line. He can't get there, and it goes all the way to the corner. Eshelman rounding first, heading to second base. A throw in from Babcock, not in time as it's cut off by Felstad. It's a 2-out double by Aiden Eshelman, and Acadiana has the first hit of this game and the first time they have a runner in scoring position. With 2 gone in the top of the first, Eshelman off a second.
Probably should have gone to the breaking ball there, Josh, as he saw the heater one too many times and a long at bat and was able to slice it off. So it's now step 2 is 1, you're throwing the strikes, which is the right way to go. But then 2, can you find the zone with multiple pitches?
Isaiah Castaneda had the home run in yesterday's game, trying to drive home the first run of this game. First pitch to him. That one on the outer half with an 89-mile-per-hour fastball, and the count's 0-1. I've yet to see an off-speed pitch from Langhanig so far today. So, Castaneda, I try and tee off on the fastball from Langhanig. 0-1, Eshelman off a second. First pitch. Rather, the 0-1 pitch skied in the air, fouled on the right field line, out of play. So the count's 0-2. Langhanig's gotten into 2-strike counts, has the strikeout of Harris to start this inning, and then had Eshelman in a whole 0-2. But then took a few tough pitches and fouled off some as well. Was able to get the double on a 2-strike count. Now working home to Castaneda. 0-2. Lays off a high fastball, and the count's 1-2. So every time Langhanig has gone to the on a 2-strike count, he's gone to the high fastball to try and get the Acadiana hitters. See if he goes something else here. On 1-2. Eshelman bouncing off a second, not going the pitch. Fastball misses inside, and the count evens at 2 balls and 2 strikes. And still yet to see an off-speed pitch from Langhanig, and that's something that Barry Manuel says that his starter is going to need. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Langhanig comes set, deals home. This one lined down the left field line, foul. On the first breaking ball of the day offered by Langhanig, that one caught too much of the plate, and Castaneda hit that ball hard, but fouled on the left field line, so the count remains 2-2. A 78-mile-per-hour slider that time. Good battle here from Acadiana. Castaneda sees the 2-2 pitch. Shots fouled on the third base line.
And Josh, Langhenig's got a curve that he used to use more as a get-me-over strike. But with the curve and changeup being pitches he has yet to throw today, maybe he breaks it out for a surprise to try to get the strikeout here?
We'll see what he does on a 2-2 pitch. It's been all fastballs except for one slider. Comes set at the belt. Kicks and deals. Line back up the middle into center field, a base hit. Eshelman rounding third. The throw from Moya, cut off by Sessions. Eshelman scores. Acadiana strikes first. It's 1-0 in the top of the first. A fastball slapped right back up the middle at 97 miles per hour off the bat. Castaneda sending it right back from where it came from. And Langhenig surrenders the first run of the game. And the Shadowcats can't get that key shutdown top of the first inning. Barry Manuel in our coaches report said how important it is to get that shutdown inning. To start a game, can't get it here. First pitch to Thetford, fouled straight back, so Abel Thetford in an 0-1 count. Now with a runner on first in Castaneda. And the Shadowcats, a team that's not used to striking first, and a team that whenever they do strike first, they have a lot of success. Struck first in yesterday's game, that led to a win, but it's Acadiana who gets the first run of today's game. 0-1 to Thetford. Bounce low and in. And the count's 1-1. And that's been the issue for Langhenig. He does have a high velo fastball, especially for this league. Low 90s is pretty solid, especially for Langhenig, the JUCO pitcher, but he needs to have the off-speed pitches to complement it. 1-1. This one fouled straight back, and the count is 1-2. And Barry Manuel, when talking about the keys for Langhenig on the mound, what he needs to do is be able to throw the changeup and slider and use those as out pitches. Well, right now he's been working with only fastballs. We've only seen one slider, and the fastball got crushed a couple times in a row. 1-2, Castaneda going. The pitch misses up and away. The throw goes into center field. Castaneda into second base sliding, doesn't test Moya, and stays put at second. 2-2 the count after the stolen base from Castaneda. He's on second base now, and a chance for an RBI for Abel Thetford. Lefty in the box, a wide stance using up the entire lefty's batter's box. Sees a 2-2 pitch. Line back up the middle into right center field, a base hit. Castaneda rounding third. Babcock, the right fielder, throws it in. It's not in time. Pulls Boyles up the line. Castaneda scores. It's another RBI single. And Thetford moves up to second on the throw. And it's 2-0 Cane Cutters here in the top of the first inning. It's another fastball from Langhenig, and Will, I'm just surprised that he's not even trying any other pitch.
There's no interest in going off speed. Maybe just hoping to get a pitch in the zone that gets knocked to a defender. A little unusual to see such heavy reliance on one pitch.
First pitch, shown bunt pulled back by Ethan Espiricueta. Pitch misses away, and the count's 1-0. And maybe Langhenig trying to just challenge the Cane Cutters with his fastball first time through and second time through trying to introduce another pitch, but the fastball just getting knocked around. 3 straight hits. 1-0 fouled straight back. And the count 1-1. All 3 hits were 90-plus off the bat of Acadiana hitters, and all 3 were on fastballs. So Barry Manuel stressing the importance of off-speed pitches, and Langhenig just trying to blow past Acadiana, but they're timing him up. 1-1, there's an off-speed pitch, and that one fouled over the third base dugout out of play, and the count's 1-2. A curveball that time, as Langhenig says he likes to use that as his get-me-over pitch. Got it over and fouled off by Espiricueta, so the count's 1-2. We'll see what John goes with here. The pitch, bounce low. A fastball 90 miles per hour, and the count evens 2 balls and 2 strikes. And all 3 hits in succession for Acadiana have come with 2 strikes. Eshelman doubled. Castaneda singled to drive him home. Thetford then drove him home after Castaneda stole second base. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Espiricueta trying to make it 4 straight hits and 3 straight runs for the Cane Cutters. Still in the top of the first inning with 2 gone, runner on second. 2-2. Line down the left field line, foul. So we'll do it again at 2-2. A breaking ball that time that didn't come back down into the zone, but Espiricueta tried slapping it the other way. To no avail, so do it again at a 2 ball, 2 strikes, 2 gone. 2-0. Acadiana leads in the top of the first rather. 2-2, bounce low and in, and kicks off of Boyles, caroms up the first base line. A spiked curveball that time, and it allows Thetford to move up to third, so he's 90 feet away in a full count. Now to Espiricueta. Barry Manuel said it's going to be a short leash for John Langnig. And Bryce O'Quinn set to be the first guy out of the bullpen. He's sitting right next to Barry Manuel, the manager, on one of the chairs. As Langnig trying to get out of the first, limiting the damage. Payoff pitch. Hit in the air, out to left field, shallow, in comes Raquel, he plays it on a hop. Thetford comes home to score. It's an RBI single for Espiricueta, and it's 3-0 Cane Cutters in the top of the first inning. That time a bloop single and left, only 68 miles per hour off the bat. Raquel didn't get a good jump on it, started back, drifting in, and then started on a dead sprint, but realized he couldn't get it, so he played it on a hop. 4 straight hits. Hayden LeBlue at the plate, first pitch to him. Breaking ball bounced low and away, check swing. They say he did not go around. Langnig wants an appeal as that one was close from LeBlue, but say he held back. Now we get an appeal. And he did not go.
Very late appeal there. And this 3-run rally has been done on 2 outs for the Cane Cutters.
1-0. And the pitch, a strike on the inner half. And the count is 1-1. All of them with 2 outs and all of them with 2 strikes as well. 4 straight hits. Langnig just struggling putting away hitters. 1-1. This is high with a fastball and the count's 2-1. A long inning for Langnig in the top of the first. 2-1. One's a strike on the other half, and the count's 2-2. And again, a Shadowcats pitching staff that's thin, so needing length from their starting pitchers, but Langnig getting up there in pitches in this game. 2-2, Espiricueta going, and the pitch runs inside and hits LeBlue. So Espiricueta moves up to second base anyways. It's a hit by pitch offered to LeBlue. And Barry Manuel going to come talk to his starter, who after getting the first 2 guys out pretty quickly with a strikeout and a line out on 5 pitches, the next 5 guys have reached on 4 hits and a hit by pitch. And Langnig just really struggling on the bump, getting knocked around. Barry Manuel talking to his pitcher, and we've seen a few more breaking balls here, but the slider there didn't work. It ran too far inside. He just doesn't seem to have a feel for his off-speed pitches, so he's resorting to his fastball, but the problem is his fastball is getting knocked around.
Josh, we saw Langhennig have better control over his pitches earlier in the season. He was the day 1 starter for the Cats, but something has changed with him and his pitches, and now he's questioning before tossing, second-guessing his pitch mix.
And because of that, throwing a lot of fastballs, Acadiana 4 hits off of them. Runners on first and second and 2 gone. Caleb Caldwell at the plate, first pitch at him, foul to the right side. So the count 0-1 to him, as that was pitch number 37 for Langhennig. So if the Shadowcats wanted some length out of their starting pitcher, it's going to be tough to come by, as Langhennig almost at 40 pitches in the top of the first. 0-1. That one misses low, so the count's 1-1. And again, all these have come on 2-strike pitches. All 4 hits, except for the hit by pitch. Everything else has come with 2 strikes. 1-1 the count. The pitch. Rolled on the ground towards short. Felsad comes in. Fields throws on the run. It is in time to get Caldwell, and that retires the side. So Langhennig finally gets out of the top of the first inning, not before surrendering 3 runs in the top of the first on 4 hits. We go to the bottom of the first. Shadowcats trailing 3-0. You're listening to Sherman Shadowcats Baseball on the Jake Shockley State Farm Shadowcats Audio Network. Shadowcats gave up 3 runs in the top of the first inning, so now aim to respond in the bottom of the first. As the Shadowcats scored 10 runs in yesterday's game, and now look to get going on offense in today's game, as it's the Shadowcats lineup that goes as such. Ricky Riccio leads off, plays left. Zach Felstad in the 2-hole plays short. Tyler Sessions, the first baseman, bats third. Cole Carnes, the DH, in the cleanup spot. Izzy Ben Cosme, the second baseman, bats fifth. Charlie Boyles, the catcher, bats sixth. Camden Babcock in the 7-hole plays right. Jarrett Halter in the 8th spot and plays third base. Bubba Moya rounds out the Shadowcat lineup, playing center field. Same lineup as yesterday, or very similar lineup as yesterday. Barry Manuel said it worked yesterday, so we're going to try and keep it going, as they're going up against Cannon Dempsey, the righty, standing at 6'1", 225. A very commanding presence on the mound out of Blackburn College, native to McLeod, Texas, making his 2nd start on the year, but his 8th appearance in 11 innings of work, a 6.55 ERA. Righty-righty battle as Ricky Riccio steps into the box. First pitch, a fastball at 87 miles per hour, misses high. A guy who can go from high 80s to low 90s and has topped out at 94. Deals home the 1-0 pitch. Misses up and in. So the count's 2-0. So Dempsey out of Blackburn. Pitched in 11 games at Blackburn College this past year. 2-0. Misses high, and the count's 3-0. The transfer out of Texas A&M Texarkana. Through 17 innings of work in college with a 12 ERA. 3-0. Fastball at the top of the zone, and the count's 3-1. So Dempsey going to need a good start for Acadiana, a team that is also very thin with their pitching staff. 3-1 pitch. A cue shot towards first, fielded by Haas, flips to Dempsey covering the bag, and there's one gun in the bottom of the first. 3-0, Acadiana on top. And And no one aboard. Zach Felstad at the plate. Felstad, a 2-for-5 game yesterday with a couple of RBIs, was our Buffalo Wild Wings player of the game. One of those RBIs came off of a bunt single, and then an error allowed another run to come across. And Felstad mentioned that the Shadowcats like to play a lot of small ball because it just creates chaos on the base pass. First pitch of the lefty. That one dropped into the zone with a fastball, and the count's 0-1. So Felstad, okay with sacrificing himself, and that's what you have to do in the UC Irvine product. Okay with laying down a bunt every once in a while. 0-1, hit on the ground to third. Can't be backhanded by Espiricueta. Caroms off of his glove and goes into left field. Felstad rounding first. The throw to second. Not in time. Zach Felstad with a double and one gone in the bottom of the first. As that one caromed off the glove of Espiricueta going for the backhand. It slowed it up as Castaneda, the left fielder, was coming in for it down the left field line. And slow enough for Felstad to get to second base, so he's in scoring position. Tyler Sessions at the plate. And the Shadowcats trying to cut into this 3-run deficit in the bottom of the first with one gone and a runner on second. So Tyler Sessions at the plate. A single yesterday also reached base a couple more times. With Felstad off of second base, first pitch to the lefty. Sees a fastball missing below the zone, and the count's 1-0. Sessions has had some trouble with the off-speed pitch and the curveball as of late. But in the second game against Abilene, seemingly figured out how to wait on that breaking pitch. Done a double in the gap, and since then has looked like the old Tyler Sessions. 1-0, this one hit well. Deep out to center field. Harris going back in front of the track. He's under it. It waits for it to come down. Makes the play. Felstad tagging from second. It moves up to third easily. And way up ahead of the throw. So there's two gone, but Felstad gets a third base, and Tyler Sessions just got under that one.
Set that one deep to center. That ball is pulled just a little bit more. He short porches it, Josh. We know Sessions has the power. Just a matter of time before he finds his second here in Sherman.
But a sacrifice fly from him moves a runner to 90 feet away. Felstad trying to score. Cole Carnes trying to bring him in. Carnes had a couple of RBIs in yesterday's game. And now a chance for one more out there with Felstad 90 feet away. Dempsey comes set at the chest. Deals home, first pitch. Carnes takes away. So the count's 1-0 to the lefty. Cole, a first and second half guy for the Shadowcats. Sees a 1-0 pitch. Misses away. No, caught the outer half. Late call from the home plate umpire.
It's a loud call too, Josh.
Yeah, really trying to show me up, right?
Yeah.
1-1 the count. Carnes trying to cut into the 3-run deficit. 1-1 slapped into left field, a base hit. Felstad comes home to score. It's an RBI single for Cole Carnes. Shadowcats get one back. It's now 3-1 in the bottom of the first inning. And a slap shot into left field from the left-hander. That's now RBI number 11 on the year. Has got a fastball the other way, or on the outer half, and just went with the pitch. So 3-1 to score here in the first inning. 2 gone and a runner on first. Izzy Ben Cosme at the plate. First pitch. The righty takes low and away. So Carnes had 2 RBIs yesterday, another one early today. And a guy who has really turned it on as of late for the Shadowcats. Pickoff over to first, he's back in sliding. Overall, a hit in yesterday's game to go along with a walk-in. Again, 2 RBIs. 1-0, the pitch of Ben Cosme. Sees a strike at the bottom of the zone. So the count's 1-1. has reached base in every game so far in the second half. 2 hits a few days ago on Wednesday for the Shadowcats in an RBI. Pickoff over to first safe. Karn's back in diving again. And a guy that the Shadowcats need to unlock because he's going to be in the lineup more often than not coming down the stretch with how thin the Shadowcats roster is. 1-1. Van Cosme takes low and away. Good stop by Caldwell, the catcher, making sure Karn stays put at first base. We've seen him all over the field. Karn's played first base in Abilene. Of course, one of the catchers on this team, one of the 2 catchers. Charlie Boyle's the other catcher on deck right now. Played left field last year. 2-1, Ben Cosme takes high, so the count's 3-1.
And Josh, this Shadowcats team is so lacking bench depth that their designated hitter has been a catcher consistently.
Yeah.
Which is not usually a solid hitting position, although in college.
Ideal. 3-1. This one hit in the air out to straightaway center field. Harris ranging to his left just a tad makes the play, and that retires the side. But the Shadowcats do get one back on a couple of hits in the bottom of the first in strand 1. We go to the second, 3-1. Acadiana leads. You're listening to Sherman Shadowcats Baseball on the Jay Shockley State Farm Shadowcats Audio Network.
$3 Shadowcat draft.
3-1 Shadowcats trailing the Cane Cutters as we head to the second inning. First inning was brought to you by the First Texoma National Bank, the neighborhood bank you can count on. John Langhanig dealing home. First pitch to Grayson Boudreau. Fouled straight back, so the count's 0-1. Langhanig looking to respond in the top of the second inning, see if he can get a shutdown inning after the Cane Cutters scored 3 runs on 4 hits in the top of the first. The 0-1 pitch misses up and away to Boudreau, and the count's 1-1. Again, Langhanig got the first 2 guys out quickly in the top of the first inning with a strikeout and a soft line out. 1-1 misses up and away, so the count's 2-1. But after that, the Cane Cutters started timing up his fastball, went 4 straight hits, 3 of them 90+ off the bat. 2-1. Up and away, and the count's 3-1. And those 4 straight hits allowed 3 runs to come across. So Langhanig got knocked around in the first, now in danger of walking the 9-hole to start the second. 3-1 pitch. Boudreau takes at the bottom of the zone. So the count runs full. Grayson Boudreau, the freshman out of John Melvin Crowley. Facing a full count. The lefty sees the payoff pitch. Takes up and away. So a leadoff walk offered by Langhanig. And the Shadowcats once again going into protection mode in the top of the second inning. Trying to limit damage and keep this at a 2-run deficit With a runner on first, no one gone, and the lineup flips back to the top, Braylon Harris. First pitch to the lefty. Foul tipped off the body of Boyles behind the plate, and the count's 0-1. Leadoff walks were the costly errors for the Shadowcats in Game 2 against Abilene on Friday, where they had 3 straight innings offering a leadoff walk, and 3 straight innings where Abilene scored those leadoff walks. 0-1. That one misses low, and the count's 1-1. Yesterday, Andrew Gruters and Caden Poles combined for 8 innings, and neither of them walked the leadoff guy. Gruters went 5 innings of no walks. 1-1. Bounce low and in, counts 2-1. Caden Poles in 3 innings did walk 3 guys, but limited the damage and made sure to keep those guys on base. And then Edwin Nunez in the 9th walked 1 guy with 1 out and stranded him there. 2-1 pickoff over to first. Back in diving is Boudreau. So the count remains 2-1, as after Langhenig just offered a leadoff walk in the 2nd inning, trying to get a ground ball. 2-1. Chopped foul, and the count 2-2. Shadowcats have been up and down with their pitching staff to start the second half. Some nights they've been good with their walk issues, some nights they've been bad. Langhenig trying to limit the walk. Another pickoff over to first, safe. Boudreau back in diving. Quick pick over to first by Langhenig, who toes the rubber quickly. A couple looks, steals home the 2-2. Just missed outside with a breaking ball. That one didn't miss by much, but it went around the plate, says the home plate umpire. The breaking ball couldn't front door Harris. So the count runs full, and Langhenig in danger of walking 2 straight to start the 2nd. The payoff pitch. Called strike 3. Got him looking on an inside corner fastball. Harris doesn't like the call as he walks back to the first base dugout. And that's a crucial out number 1 for Langhenig in the top of the 2nd inning. And 2nd strikeout for Harris today.
Wonder what it is with Harris, why he can't see the fastball the same way that everybody else on the team has today. Everyone else has put the ball in play except for him.
And another quick pick over to first. Boudreau back in diving. And that's 2 strikeouts for him now, where he goes down looking as well. In his first at-bat, he didn't even get the bat off the shoulder. In this at-bat, he only swung once. First pitch to Grant Haas. That one misses away. So the count's 1-0. Langhenig got step 1 after giving up the leadoff walk. Trying to get a ground ball to get out of the inning. 1-0. Breaking ball misses low and away. So the count's 2-0, and we're seeing Langhenig go to his breaking ball a little bit more in this inning, as, again, sometimes starters like to hide their pitches first time through. See if they can get by with just 1, maybe 2 pitches in the first, as the 2-0 pitch at the top of the zone. So the count's 2-1. So only fastball is really the first time through against Acadiana for Langhenig. Now seeing him drop a few curveballs in there, maybe a couple sliders. The 2-1 pitch, Boudreau fakes going, stops, and the pitch misses inside. So the count is 3-1. 1 gun and a runner on first in the top of the 2nd inning. 3-1, Acadiana leads. The 3-1 pitch misses outside. So Haas walks on 5 pitches. Boudreau goes to second base. There's 2 runners on, 1 gone, and Acadiana trying to extend their 3-1 lead in the top of the 2nd inning. Aiden Eshelman at the plate. We saw him lay down a beautiful bunt in yesterday's game that drove home a run. It caught the Shadowcats by surprise because he bunted with 2 outs, but dropped a beauty in front of third base. Maybe he'll do so here. First pitch to him. Sees a breaking ball that drops into the zone, and the count's 0-1. Eshelman started the hit rally in the top of the 1st inning. After he got to 2 strikes, put up a great battle, seeing a couple of pitches, fouling off a couple of pitches, and then slapped one to right field for a double, and that started the hit parade. 0-1. Just missed below the zone. The count's 1-1. So Eshelman with a chance for RBIs now out there after he had a couple yesterday. 1-1. Misses outside. And the count's 2-1. And now Langhanig falling into the command issues that we saw in his last appearance. First time through, he was getting knocked around. Maybe his adjustment trying to be a little bit more finer with his pitches, but he's missing the zone, and the count's 2-1. And the 2-1 pitch misses low and away, and the count's 3-1. And now Langhanig in danger of walking the bases loaded.
Bordeaux at second, taking significant secondary leads. But Langhanig's got to focus up on the batter, try to work either a ground ball or get with attacking the zone.
3-1. Way high. As Eshelman has to duck out of the way of that one. He works another 5-pitch walk, and Langhanig has walked the bases loaded in the top of the second and one gone.
Now batting number 15, Isaiah Castaneda.
Boudreaux started this inning with a walk. He's on third. And then Langhanig able to come back with a strikeout of Harris. But then Grant Haas walked, Eshelman walked, and the Shadowcats trailing 3-1 here. Acadiana trying to add on to their lead, and they call on Isaiah Castaneda in the cleanup spot to try and drive home a few runs, as they could really put a dent into the Shadowcats' souls in the top of the second inning. With the bases loaded, Castaneda at the plate, righty-righty battle, first pitch. Isaiah takes low and away, bounces off of Boyle's glove, but it stays in front of the plate. He didn't see it. He was looking around for the ball, didn't see it in front of him. So 1-0 the count. Nowhere to put Castaneda with the bases juiced of cane cutters. No one warming in the Shadowcats bullpen, so this is Langhanig's inning. 1-0. Bounce low. So the count 2-0, and Langhanig in danger of walking in a run. Corners play in, middle plays back for the Shadowcats in the infield, trying to get a double play. 2-0 Castaneda. Sees one inside, and the count's 3-0.
Josh Langhanig is up to 64 pitches on the outing, and he's only through 1 1/3. Not being conservative, not finding the zone, and not letting the defense work.
3-0. That one taken all the way, so the count's 3-1. It's been a lot of issues for Langhanig in this game. 3-1 pitch. That one taken at the bottom of the zone, and the count's 3-2. So Langhanig back into it. Full count. He comes set. The payoff pitch. Line towards second, caught by Ben Cosme, and no play at second base to try and double up Haas on second. But it's a line out to second base and a crucial out number 2 in the top of the second inning. Bases still loaded. Cane cutters leading 3-1. So Langhanig gives up hard contact, but it's better to be lucky than good sometimes. And that one right at Ben Cosme, it hit him in the chest. Job not finished. Abel Thetford at the plate. The lefty rolls one on the ground to the right side. Sessions, the first baseman, gets it. Flips it to Langhanig, covering. Makes the play. It retires the side. John Langhanig works out of a self-induced jam. Walks the bases loaded. Strands all 3 of them there. No runs on no hits. 3 stranded. We go to the bottom of the second. 3-1. Cane cutters on top. You're listening to Sherman Shadowcats Baseball on the Jay Shockley State Farm Shadowcats Audio Network. Bottom of the second, Shadowcats trailing the Cane Cutters 3-1. Cannon Dempsey back out for another inning of work. He'll face Charlie Boyles to start this one off. Righty-righty battle. Here in the second inning. First pitch. Boyles takes inside, so the count's 1-0. This second inning is brought to you by Wall to Wall Cleaning, the premier commercial cleaning solution for Grayson County and the surrounding areas. We don't cut corners, we clean them. 1-0, the count to Boyles, the pitch. That one's on the inner half, and the count is 1-1. So John Langenhig able to work out of a self-induced jam in the top of the second inning after he walked the bases loaded, got a line out and a ground out to end the inning. 1-1. Misses away. So the count's 2-1. Shadowcats got one in the bottom of the first, and now try to scratch across. Maybe a couple more to try and tie this game in the bottom of the second. 2-1 to Boyles. Catches the inner half. And the count, 2-2. Got to get used to it. Got to take a beat. The home plate umpire, a very late strike call. And that one looked like it might have been a little bit inside, but Boyles takes for a strike. So 2-2, the count to the catcher today. The pitch. Breaking ball misses high. So the count runs full as Boyles is trying to start the second inning, getting on base for the Cats. Full count, Dempsey comes home. Payoff pitch. This one blooped in shallow center field. Harris comes in a few steps, under it makes the play. And that is the first out of the inning. So one gone, no one aboard. Shadowcats down by 2 in the bottom of the second. Camden Babcock at the plate.
You know, that late umpire call, it started me off a little bit. And, you know, we're in the FIFA World Cup kind of going on here, and those refs are doing stuff.
First pitch, the Camden Babcock is striking the zone.
Very dramatic. You know, there's an element of, like, if I get my moment, I'm going to give a good strike call, which I can respect. I can respect a good strike call.
0-1 the count to Babcock. Here it is. That one misses inside. Had to take a beat. Counts 1-1. Yeah, the home plate umpire has a very aggressive strike call, which I like it. And his called third strike has been pretty impressive, too.
Lifts up the leg a little bit.
I like it.
Gets into it.
1-1. Babcock chases, rolls one on the ground towards short. Eshelman fields, quickly throws to first. Not in time, it gets away from Haas.
Babcock saving first.
Babcock reaches on the error.
That nearly took Babcock's head off.
And that ball didn't make it to the restricted area or the out of bounds area. So Babcock only gets first base on the error. Kind of curious on where that ball landed because I thought all the areas over there were out of play, but
I think there's a small area. There's a gate right next to the dugout where you can walk out.
Babcock going on the first pitch is a strike to throw to second. Not in time. Hosh, or rather Thetford, the second baseman, dropped the ball. So it's a stolen base for Babcock. He's in scoring position now for Jarrett Halter. So the Shadowcats threatening to cut this deficit in half. With a runner on second, one gone, 3-1, Cane Cutters on top in the bottom of the second. Jarrett Halter at the plate. Had an RBI in yesterday's game. 0-1. Strike at the top of the zone. Breaking ball dropped in. The count's 0-2. Halter had the RBI single that made it a 6-5 ball game in the 6th inning yesterday. That's the Shadowcats' catalyst to come back in that one. 0-2 the count to him. The righty awaits. And now Dempsey steps off. And we'll reset. 0-2 the count.
Nobody holding on Babcock at second. Just letting him go and take a lead. Although Thetford is eyeing him and maybe trying to sweep in.
0-2. Misses inside with a fastball, so the count 1-2.
We've seen teams catch the Shadowcats sleeping a few times with sneak in pickoffs where the second baseman just comes in on the backside of the base runner.
1-2 the count. And the pitch. Got him swinging. Halter waves in, misses at a slider that was at the top of the zone. The strikeout for Dempsey, his first of the game. And the Shadowcats trying to get that run in from second base, trailing 3-1 with 2 gone in the bottom of the second inning. Bubba Moya at the plate trying to drive in Babcock from second. Lefty in the box. Sees the first pitch from Dempsey. That one's a strike right at the bottom of the zone. No. Called a ball. Caught me by surprise. I have to stop guessing.
Stop guessing. Just wait. Gotta wait a little while.
That one looked like it was in the zone, but want to know the count, the pitch. Moya takes inside.
And a lot of coaches will tell you that they generally aren't uber concerned with the umpire's zone as long as it's consistent.
Yep.
And so if he's consistently low, that's okay.
2-0 the count. Babcock off the second. The pitch. Moya cues one toward short. Eshelman comes in. Fields throws on the run. This time gets the throw in time and on target to get Moya. And that retires the side. So the Shadowcats get no runs on no hits. They do get one to reach on the error, but strand him on second base. We go to the third. 3-1. Shadowcats trailing the Cane Cutters. You're listening to Sherman Shadowcats Baseball on the Jay Shockley State Farm Shadowcats Audio Network.
Welcome back here in Sherman, Texas. I'm Will Clifford. I'll take you the next couple of innings. John Langhennig still working on the mound for the Shadowcats. His first offering into Espiricueta is upstairs 1-0. Langhennig about to throw his 70th pitch of the outing. Still no action in the Shadowcat bullpen. Sherman trailing 3-1 here. Espiricueta waiting. The 1-0. That one misses. Now 2-0. Espiricueta 1 for 1 on the day. He had a single in the first, but was stranded on second. The 2-0. This is downstairs. 3-0. The 3-0. That one misses. No, it catches the zone. I'm caught off guard by the late strike call as well. So the 3-1 now, and John Langhennig has given up 3 earned runs. He's walked 3 batters. That's the 3-1. Chopper, second base, Bencosme Fields throws on the run in time. Leadoff batter is retired here. Sherman's still trailing 3-1. We're in the third inning.
Now batting, number 4, Hayden.
So that'll bring up Hayden LeBlue. See, sees the first pitch in for a strike. 0-1. LeBlue was hit by a pitch in his first at-bat. The 0-1. Served behind home plate into the net. 0-2. Langhennig has 2 strikeouts on the day. Struck out the same guy twice. That was Harris in the first and in the second. Langhennig set at the belt. Kicks and deals. The 0-2 is bounced in the dirt. Swing went around, so drop third strike is the call, and the throw down to first in plenty of time. So 2 retired. Here in the third, Sherman trailing 3-1. That'll bring up today's catcher for the Cane Cutters, Caleb Cardwell. First offering is sent to third base. Halter fields, throws, and in time. Langhennig works a 1-2-3 inning. We go to the bottom of the third. Sherman still trailing, 3-1. You're listening to Sherman Shadowcats Baseball on the Jake Shockley State Farm Radio Network. Hey there, Shadowcat Nation. We're in the bottom of the third. Sherman trails it 3-1. Acadiana, the visiting squad, scored 3 in the top of the first and nothing since. Sherman responded with 1 run in the bottom of the first. It's still Cannon Dempsey working on the mound as his first offering to Requejo is a strike, 0-1. Requejo in his first at-bat grounded out to the pitcher. The 0-1 home. Slapped into center field, a base hit. Requejo makes the turn at first. Leadoff batter is aboard.
Now bring up shortstop number 16, Zach Felstad.
That'll bring up Zach Felstad, playing shortstop today. Felstad's first time up was a double, and he came around to score. With Requejo waiting off first, the lefty settles in to the box. First offering to him is sent In between the gap between first and second, a base hit. Rakeho moves to second, Felstad at first. 2 men aboard here with nobody down in the bottom of the third. Sherman trails at 3-1. That brings up the big Tyler Sessions. Back-to-back lefties for the Sherman Shadowcats. Time is called by the umpire as he moves the rosin bag behind Dempsey's mound. And play will resume. Sessions, a hard hit ball last time to center field that moved Felstad from second to third. First offering, swung on and missed, 0-1. It was a fastball that just clipped 86 miles an hour. The big man out of Navarro College, brother of Ryan Sessions, who is away from the team right now. The 0-1. Misses upstairs, count even at 1 apiece. Rakeho on second, Felstad on first. So far, the first 2 batters in the lineup have reached. Sessions, the 3-hole, an opportunity to bring him in. Step off from Dempsey. Everybody retreats. Felstad at first would be a threat to steal with an open bag. He's 8 for 8 on the year. But with the runner on second, that's unlikely. The 1-1 home. Cut on and missed. Sessions down 1-2. Today's first baseman stands at 6'6", 225, so lengthy big man. Played first base today and has a great reach, which helps him scoop out balls that are tossed in the dirt. Here's the 1-2. Cutter misses outside, count even at 2-2. Dempsey threw 40 pitches, only 1 strikeout. Chance for a second right here. The 2-2 home. Driven high in the air to right center field. Harris coming on. He shifts to his right and makes the play. Rakeho tagging from second into third safely. So the ball gets away and almost runs into the Shadowcats dugout. Felstad will take second with the passed ball. Now there are runners on second and third with 1 out here in the third inning. Sherman trails 3-2 or 3-1. That'll bring up Cole Carnes. Singled in his last plate appearance. The first offering to Carnes. Swung on and sent into right field. That one gets down in between LeBlue and Harris. Here comes Rakeho. He will score. Felstad churning for the plate. He's in safely. A 2 RBI double for Cole Carnes. Sherman has tied the ball game. It's 3-3 here in the bottom of the third. What a great piece of hitting from Cole Carnes. Just slapping the ball to right center field into the gap between Harris and LeBlue, and shallow enough that it gives enough time for Rakeho and Felstad to score. Now, Cane Cutters are going to have a conversation on the mound to calm down Dempsey. The first half Shadowcats lived and died by the big inning. If they didn't score 6 in one and then 5 in another inning, they weren't scoring otherwise. Second half Shadowcats have done a much better job of scoring across the board. 1 run in the first for Sherman, now 2 in the third It's a new ball game. There's still only one down. That brings up the 5-hole Izzy Bencosme. Last summer with the Shadowcats, Bencosme hit 280 with 4 bombs in just 19 games played. He's currently hitting 190, only having appeared in a handful. Carnes leads off second, the first offering to Izzy in there for a strike 0-1. The 0-1 to Bencosme. Bounced in the dirt. Carnes thought about it, but retreats back to second. Carnes not a threat to go on the base paths. No steals today or the last 5 games. Dempsey, set, checks the runner, deals home. Misses low and outside, 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out here. The bottom of the third. It's a 3-3 ball game. Thanks to Cole Carnes' RBI double, he now stands off of second base. The 2-1 home. That one in there. Count moves to 2-2. Bencosme flew out to center his first at-bat. Sports a very wide stance. A lot of the swing comes through his hands. Here's the 2-2. That one low and away again, so count goes full. Dempsey will take a moment to himself, recollect his thoughts as he steps off. Now he retoes the rubber. Payoff pitch on the way. Set at the chest. Bencosme waiting. 3-2. Misses inside, so a full count walk for Izzy Bencosme. There's runners on first and second with only 1 down here in the third. It's a tie ball game, 3 apiece.
I sent it to you already there. Log in.
First offering, bunt shown from Boyles. He pulls it back. Goes foul. 0-1. Two runners on, only 1 down here. The bottom of the third. Boyles, the righty, sees the 0-1. Downstairs, count moves to 1-1. The 1-1. Dempsey set at the belt, kicks and deals. Chopper, second baseman Tetford shades over towards first base, fields and throws, so the runners advance on an infield sacrifice. There's 2 down here in the third.
Now batting, right field number 24, Camden.
The new batter is Camden Badcock. First offering to him. That one catches the inner half of the plate, 0-1. Badcock has been a productive bat, the bottom half of the Shadowcats lineup. The 0-1 home. Just misses downstairs, 1-1. He's hitting .244 on the season, 11 total hits. Runners on second and third. The 1-1 home. That one runs inside and hits him. Off Badcock's back to shoulder region, and now the bases are loaded with 2 down in the third.
Now batting number 19, Jared Halters.
That'll bring up Jarrett Halter. Bases loaded. It's Carnes on third, Ben Cosme on second, Boyles on first. The righty, chance to take the lead for the Shadowcats. First pitch swinging, fouled off behind home plate, out of play. Count 0-1. Halter's first plate appearance, he went down on strikes. The 0-1 home. Breaking ball hit him. A painful RBI for Halter, and the Shadowcats have taken the lead 4-3 here in the bottom of the third.
Halters hit by pitch, steps down to first base. Now batting number 11, Bubba Moya.
Izzy Ben Cosme leads off of third, Babcock on second, and Halter now on first. We're going to have a pitching change here, so we'll step aside in just a moment. Shadowcats still have the bases loaded with 2 down. Welcome back, Shadowcat Nation. We're here in the bottom of the third. Sherman has already plated 3 and are threatening with the bases loaded. There's a new pitcher on for the Cane Cutters. It's Gavin Belargeron. Belargeron has only 1 appearance on the year, where he only threw 2/3 of an inning. Gave up 1 hit and didn't allow a run. The righty faces the bottom of the Shadowcats order in Bubba Moya. Then Cosme on third, Babcock on second, Halter on first. Moya, the lefty, waits on the first offering in there for a strike 0-1. Largeron centers around the fastball, sitting at just about 90. The 0-1 misses outside, count even at 1 apiece. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 down here, the bottom of the third. Sherman leads it 4-3. With the bases juiced, Bubba Moya has an opportunity to break this game wide open. The 1-1. That one misses low, count shifts to 2-1. Now a conversation between pitcher and catcher as Cardwell tries to settle down the new pitcher. The meeting concludes and Belargion retakes the rubber. The bases loaded and 2 down, might be searching for anything on the ground or a strikeout. Set at the chest, kicks, the 2-1. Hit first base side, straight to Haas, who runs to the bag and steps on it. That'll do it for the bottom of the third. Sherman scores 3. Shadowcats lead it 4-3. We're going to the top of the fourth. You're listening to Sherman Shadowcats Baseball on the Jake Shockler State Farm Radio Network. Welcome back, Shadowcat Nation. We're here in the top of the fourth. John Langhennig still working on the mound.
We get this batter out. $3 Shadowcat draft.
Bryce O'Quinn working in the Shadowcats bullpen. Likely to come on at some point this inning. Langhennig kicks and deals his first pitch. Misses downstairs to Bordeaux. Bordeaux on the day walked but was stranded at third base. The 1-0 misses high and away. Count shifts to 2-0. Langhennig has struggled with walks. The 2-0 misses high and outside yet again. So 3-0 count to Bordeaux, the first batter of the inning that Langhennig has faced. 3-0 misses upstairs, so a 4-pitch walk to the leadoff batter, and now the lineup flips over. Shadowcat manager Barry Manuel will head out to the mound, and this might be it for John Langhennig. Manager Barry Manuel calls to the bullpen, and so we'll step aside here. Sherman leads it 4-3. Welcome back, Shadowcat crew. We're here in top of the fourth. Pitching change for Sherman. It'll be the righty Bryce O'Quinn taking over for John Langhennig. Langhenig's day is done after giving up 3 runs on 3 walks and 3 strikeouts. And then after giving up 4 hits through 3, he is responsible for Bordeaux on first base. O'Quinn on the year has 4 appearances and 8 2/3 innings of work. First offering to the leadoff bat, it's Harris. Shows bunt, goes foul. Count 0-1. So with 1 runner aboard, it'll be 1, 2, 3 for Bryce O'Quinn. So he comes on in relief and likely expected to go a decent way. The 1, bunt shown again, pulled back. Ball gets away from Boyles behind the dish, but he finds it. Holds Bordeaux at first base. Count even at 1 apiece. O'Quinn on the year, 9.35 ERA. Batting average against at .214. The 1-1. Bunt shown once more, pulled back. Halter at third was crashing in. As Sessions holds off Bordeaux at first. The 2-1. Bunt shown again. Foul. Boyles tracking, but it goes off the net. So 2-2 count now to the 1 hole for the Cane Cutters. Bordeaux is a threat to steal on first. The hit and run is on. 2 balls, 2 strikes, nobody down here in the 4th. The 2-2. This is outside, count goes to 3-2. Defense plays straight up as Felsad at short and Ben Cosme at second. Others have their heels in front of the grass. The payoff pitch misses inside, so a 6-pitch walk to Harris. Now there are 2 men aboard with nobody down in the 4th. Sherman leads it 4-3. Manager Barry Manuel often talks about the free base war. was a conversation often at the beginning of the season as the pitching staff had trouble finding the zone. First offering to the new batter, Haas runs inside and hits him. Umpire says he went around with the swing, as now there's a conversation between the infield umpire and the home plate umpire to whether that just hit him and caused him to flail, or if he was going around and was hit while he was trying to swing. So they do rule a hit by pitch, and so now the bases are loaded for the cane cutters. It's Bordeaux on third, Harris on second, and Haas leading off of first. 3 straight free bases for the cane cutters. Shadowcats threatening to lose their 4-3 lead. First offering into the 3-hole, Eshelman. That one's downstairs 1-0. O'Quinn might be trying to work a double play ball. Here's the 1-0. There's a heater that misses low, 2-0 now. So after a leadoff walk and then a pitching change, O'Quinn has walked and hit by pitch. Now, bags are juiced of cane cutters. The 2-0 fouled back. Count moves to 2-1. Eshelman doubled and came around to score back in the first, and he walked in the second. It's been a tough out for the Cats. O'Quinn set below the belt, kicks and deals. Upstairs. Count runs to 3-1. The bases loaded. Cannot walk another guy. There's nowhere to put Eshelman. The 3-1. Liner. Then Cosme Fields flips to second for one. Fellstad throw over to first. In time.
Nice double play.
A 4-6-3 double play. 1 run comes across to score. It's a tie ball game, 4 apiece here in the 4th. Cane cutters strike back. Harris moves over to third. So now just 1 runner on. Much more manageable for O'Quinn. First offering to the new batter, it's Castanda. He takes 1-0. The 1-0 misses low. Count moves to 2-0. Harris on third, 2 balls, no strikes. The 2-0 right down Broadway. Fastball that just sat at 83. O'Quinn taking something off it just to get the strike. The 2-1. Swung on and flown high in the air. Was Sessions looking at it, and it just trended out of play. You probably heard Boyles, the catcher, giving Sessions a call that one was trending foul, and it in fact went out of play. So now Deuce is wild here. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down in the top of the 4th with a runner on third. The pitch. That one in there, strike 3. Bryce O'Quinn manages to get out of the 4th with just 1 run allowed. We go to the bottom of the 4th. You're listening to Sherman Shadowcats Baseball on the Jake Shockley State Farm Radio Network. Welcome back, Shadowcat Nation. We're here in the bottom of the fourth. It's a 4-4 ball game. Shadowcats up to bat. It'll be the top of the lineup. 1, 2, 3. Riquejo, Felstad, and Sessions.
Leading out for the Shadowcats.
It's still Gavin Balaguer on the mound for the Cane Cutters. Balaguer came on in relief back in the third. Ricky Riquejo, the leadoff batter for the Cats, will lead off the inning. First offering to Riquejo. Breaking ball upstairs, 1-0. This is the second time today that the top three for the Cats, third time today. The second time not being in the first inning, the 1-0. Bunt shown, that one goes foul. Third base side, count even at 1 apiece. So in the first inning, of course, the 1, 2, 3 have to bat. And then in the third inning, Riquejo led off for the Cats. And now in the fourth, the 1-1 home. High, way high. That one misses. Riquejo had to duck under it. Count slides to 2-1. The top three of the Shadowcats lineup have produced today. They're 3 for 6 collectively. All three of those batters who have reached came around to score as well. The 2-1. Bounced in the dirt. Count goes to 3-1. Balaguer just could not find the plate. Maybe even the batter, as he goes all the way high, then all the way low. The 3-1. There he finds the happy medium. It's a fastball down Broadway. Count goes full. Balaguer set at the chest. The payoff pitch. Swung on and lofted in the air. It's the catcher Cardwell finding it, and he makes the play. Drops down to a knee just in front of his dugout. There's one down here in the bottom of the fourth. It's a 4-4 ball game. I'll bring up Zach Felstad, who's 2 for 2 today with a double and a single. Both times came around to score. First offering from Balaguer. Finds the zone with a heater, 0-1. Felstad's got a 5-game on-base streak going. Balaguer set at the chest, delivers the 0-1. Swung on, hit to second base on the ground. Tetford Fields throws to first in time. Felstad is down. There's 2 out here in the bottom of the fourth. It's a 4-4 ball game. So just as I'm speaking of the top of the lineup production for the Cats, there's now 2 outs for the 3-hole. Tyler Sessions. Sessions stands at 6 feet 6 inches. First offering to him, cut on and missed. 0-1. Balaguer set at the chest. Deals home the 0-1. It's fouled off. Sessions now behind 0-2. Sherman scored 1 in the first, 3 in the third. Chance to start a 2-out rally, the 0-2. Cut on and miss, strike 3. Sessions down on strikes, and Balaguer works a 1-2-3 inning. We go to the top of the 5th. You're listening to for Sherman Shadowcats Baseball on the Jake Shockley State Farm Radio Network.
To the fifth we go. Shadowcats and Cane Cutters tied 4 apiece. Bryce O'Quinn dealing. First pitch, line back up the middle and into center field. A base hit. So Abel Thetford leading off the inning. Singles into center field, and already the Cane Cutters threatening to tie, or rather take the lead in the top of the 5th inning. This game knotted at 4 apiece in the top of the 5th. Been a back and forth affair, and now Bryce O'Quinn trying to get going for the Shadowcats to keep this at a 4-4 game. Espiricueta at the plate, and the lefty awaits as O'Quinn steps off. Ethan Espiricueta today 1 for 2, singled in the first, grounded out his last time up. First pitch shows bunt, pulls back, pitch misses high. The third baseman Halter crashing in front of the dirt at the third base side. But the pitch misses high as Espiricueta trying to get that go-ahead run into scoring position with no one gone. 1-0. Thetford going. Pitch misses up and away. Throw to second. In time! Charlie Boyles guns down Abel Thetford trying to swipe second base. It's a caught stealing, and there's one gone in the top of the 5th inning. Nice play by Charlie Boyles behind the dish. And a crucial out number 1, but now 2-0 the count to Espiricueta. And the pitch. Got on and missed. Took a hefty hack, came up empty. And now wants to re-grip his bat. As he's waggling his right hand. And now add some more pine tar to the middle of his bat, seeing if he can get a better grip as his bottom hand left the bat on that big hefty hack, in which he came up empty. So 2-1 the count. O'Quinn working to Espiricueta, who got some help from his defense. Boyles behind the plate. And that's now 3 straight games where the Shadowcats catchers have thrown out a runner. 2-1 the count. And the pitch. That one misses inside. So the count 3-1 to Espiricueta. 4-4 score in the top of the 5th inning. 3-1 pitch. High pop-up down the third base line and fades foul. Hits the top of the beer garden. So the count runs full to Espiricueta. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 gone, no one aboard. Deadlocked at 4-piece on the top of the 5th. Shadowcats with a 3-run bottom of the 3rd inning. 3-2 pitch. Slap fouled on the 3rd base line. So we'll do it again at 3-2. 3-1 bottom of the 3rd for the Shadowcats, but then Acadiana responded with a run in the top of the 4th. Full count. Payoff pitch once again. Misses high. It's a walk to Espiricueta. He's on first, and with 1 gun, once again, the go-ahead run reaches base. 4-4, the score in the top of the 5th inning. Hayden Blue at the plate. 0 for 1, a strikeout. He was hit by a pitch as well. First pitch to him. That one misses high, and O'Quinn struggling to find the zone as well. 2 walks for him to go along with a hit by pitch. 1-0. That one misses inside, and the count's 2-0. So Quinn trying to get back into the zone to LeBlue. 2-0 pitch. That one dropped into the zone. So the count's 2-1. Now O'Quinn about to reach 30 pitches, and the Shadowcats needing some length out of him after Langenig can only go 3+ innings. 2-1. This one lined into left field. Riquelme coming in, and he makes the play on the sinking line drive in left. It retreats Espiricueta back to first base, and there's 2 gone in the top of the 5th, 4-4 game. So Bryce O'Quinn, with some help from his defense behind him, trying to keep this game tied. Working home to Caleb Caldwell. First pitch. Breaking ball dropped into the zone. So the count's 0-1. O'Quinn with a 73-mile-per-hour curveball that backdoored Caldwell. Started at his front hip, wound up down the middle. And now the 0-1. Another breaking ball, this time missed inside, and the count's 1-1. Tried backdooring him again and caught Caldwell leaning back away from the pitch, but couldn't drop it into the zone. 1-1. Espiricueta going from first. The pitch cut on a miss. The throw to second. Not in time. No dive from Espiricueta. A bit odd. But he's able to get in ahead of the throw. It was almost another caught stealing for Boyles behind the plate as he delivered a strike, but that time O'Quinn a bit slow to the plate. So the go-ahead run in scoring position for Caldwell, who's 0 for 2 today. 1-2 pitch to him. Popped up behind the first base dugout, out of play. So 1-2, the count with 2 gone in the top of the 5th inning. Runner on second, 4-4 game. O'Quinn set below the belt. Espiricueta going, the pitch. Cut on and missed. Bryce O'Quinn, a big-time strikeout of Caldwell. Works out of trouble in the top of the 5th inning. The Cane Cutters get a runner aboard via a hit, but strand him at second base. And we go to the bottom of the 5th. This game tied at 4 apiece. You're listening to Sherman Shadowcats Baseball on the Jake Shockley State Farm Shadowcats Audio Network. Bottom of the fifth, Shadowcats and Cane Cutters tied 4 apiece. Cole Carnes leading off the inning. Gavin by Largione back out for another inning of work. As the Shadowcats trying to break the tie in the bottom of the fifth. By Largione set, deals home to the lefty. Carnes takes away, and the count's 1-0. Cole today 2 for 2 with a couple of RBIs. 1-0. This one blooped into shallow right field. LeBlue ranging towards his right comes in, makes the play. And there's one gone in the bottom of the fifth inning after Carnes with a fly out to right field. One gone, bottom 5. Shadowcats and Cane Cutters tied at nothing, or rather tied at 4 apiece with no one on base. One gone, and the first pitch, Izzy Bencosme. The righty takes away. 0 for 1 with an RBI today. Bencosme. Keep on asking him every single day, are you due? He feels he's so close to getting that first one out of here. 1-0. That one misses away. So the count 2-0. The count to Bencosme. The pitch, a half-hearted swing on a fastball above the zone. And the count's 2-1 as Bencosme resets out of the righty's batter's box. He's putting together good BP sessions. He feels that he's seeing the ball well. 2-1. Watches a cutter in the zone, and the count's 2-2. So just trying to piece it together on a 2-2 count. By Largione, comes home, cut on and miss, kicks off the glove of Caldwell, who barehands it, Fields throws to first in time. It's a strikeout for Largione, and Caldwell completes the putout. There's 2 gone in the bottom of the fifth. So 2 gone, that'll bring up Charlie Boyles. He also had an RBI in the 4th inning. First pitch to him. Runs inside, almost clips him on the wrist, backs away, and the count's 1-0. As Boyles trying to start a 2-out rally for the Cats, 1-0. Bounce low and away, and the count's 2-0. Charlie Boyles, the Baton Rouge native who goes to Baton Rouge Community College. Sees a 2-0 pitch. Misses high, and the count's 3-0. So, by Largione in danger of walking a guy with 2 gone. Some fireworks out in center field. 3-0 the count. And the pitch. Runs inside and hits Boyles. It's another hit by pitch as Boyles reaches first base very painfully, as it was a 3-0 count anyways. Boyles kind of staring at Largione as he goes to first base. It's another hit by pitch. There's been a number in this game. It's a second to the Shadowcats and also a couple to Acadiana as well. Some tense innings here in the bottom of the fifth. 4-4 the game. Camden Babcock at the plate. As Boyles on first with 2 gone. Representing the go-ahead run. First pitch to Babcock. This one slapped foul the other way, and the count 0-1. Babcock also had an RBI, as 5, 6, and 7 had RBIs in that 3rd inning for the Shadowcats. 0-1 the count to Babcock. Boyles back in diving after the pickoff attempt from Largione. Ronnie Davis, the assistant coach for the Shadowcats, thinks that Boyles is a sleeper pick. 0-1. Takes a fastball high. So the count evens, 1 ball and 1 strike. Feels that Boyles is an on-base machine and his average is trending upwards. Hitting .244. Up until a couple of weeks ago, he was struggling, had just 1 hit. Now he's up to 11. 1-1, check swing on a pitch high. Babcock did not go around. So the count's 2-1. But what Ronnie Davis loves about Babcock at the plate is his ability to get on base. A .453 on base percentage. He's drawn 14 walks and been hit 4 times this year. 2-1, Babcock takes the top of the zone, and the count evens 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 gone in the bottom of the 5th inning. Runner on first. This game tied at 4 apiece. Two and 2 the count. And the pitch. Bounce low and away. Delayed steal from Boyles. The throw from Caldwell. In time to get him at second. Not sure what Boyles was thinking there, as Caldwell scooped the ball low in the dirt. Boyles might have thought that ball was going to get away from the catcher Caldwell. Instead, he's gunned down at second to end the bottom of the 5th. And the Shadowcats can't get any runs across and strand none on no hits. We go to the 6th, 4-4 our score. You're listening to Sherman Shadowcats Baseball on the Jake Shockley State Farm Shadowcats Audio Network. On our way to the 6th inning, Shadowcats and Cane Cutters tied at 4 apiece. Josh Rajanov alongside Will Clifford. Shadowcats trying to keep this game tied. Bryce O'Quinn back out for another inning of work. First pitch, he throws to Boudreau, misses high. So want to know the count to the 9-hole, who has walked twice today. The 1-0. That one on the outer half, and the count's 1-1. Bryce O'Quinn has had a nice relief appearance out of the bullpen. In 2 innings, has yet to give up a run. 2 strikeouts, a couple of walks, but has worked out of trouble. 1-1. Misses away to Boudreau. So the count's 2-1. But the Shadowcats just surviving in this game after a lot of chances for Acadiana. 2-1 dropped into the zone. So the count's 2-2. As Acadiana has had base runners in all but 1 inning in today's game. 2-2 the count. O'Quinn comes home. Chopper towards second. Slow roller to Ben Cosme. He fields, flips it to first in time to get Boudreau. And it's out number 1 in the top of the 6th inning. So there's one gone, no one aboard. Still 4-4 game. Lineup flips back to the top. Braylon Harris.
The main reason why Shadowcats have been able to hold Acadiana significantly off the board since the first, only one run since then. Bryce O'Quinn coming on a pitch.
First pitch to Braylon Harris. High chopper towards first. Sessions, wait for it. Gets it on a high hop, touches the bag himself. And there's quickly two gone in the top of the 6th inning.
O'Quinn just working productive outs. Back-to-back ground outs here. Now there are 2 down. Chance to get out of the inning. Still under 50 pitches if he makes quick work of the new batter.
And again, the Shadowcats need some length out of their middle relief guy. First pitch to Grant Haas. Breaking ball dropped into the zone, and the count is 0-1. And Bryce O'Quinn is widely regarded as not only the leader of this pitching staff, but the leader of this team. Barry Manuel loves the way that his pitcher can really command a room. 0-1. Misses high, and the count's 1-1. Definitely a bright personality. You might have seen him in the background of a few of our videos that we post on our Instagram before each game. So he's a guy who likes to have a lot of fun. 1-1. That one runs inside. Foul tipped off the knob of the bat of Haas. And the count's 1-2.
That's one you don't see too often.
No, you don't.
He's hit O'Quinn and now Aiden Benson, who has since left the Shadowcats. But those two, they like to get in the background there. One time, we were filming one of those videos, and Aiden Benson makes a face at me. And instead of, like, laughing at it, I made a face back and then realized, oh, shoot, we have to redo the video because I made a face
They get to us. 1-2. Breaking ball bounced low and away. But not only are they bright personalities, they're also leaders. And Barry Manuel credits O'Quinn. He says he's always on top of guys to make sure they get the equipment set up for BP. Whenever pitchers need to do something, he's also leading the stretching, making sure everyone's on time. 2-2. This one skied in the air out to center field. Moya back under it, makes the play, and that retires the side. So Bryce O'Quinn works a 1-2-3 inning in the top of the 6th. We go to the bottom half. It's still 4-4 our score. You're listening to Sherman Shadowcats Baseball on the Jake Shockley State Farm Shadowcats Audio Network. To the bottom of the 6th. Shadowcats and Cane Cutters tied 4 apiece. Camden Babcock was at the plate when Charlie Boyles got caught stealing second to end the 5th. So here in the 6th, it's Babcock to lead it off against Gavin Bailargione. First pitch is a ball on beyond the outer half. 1-0 the count. So take 2 for Camden Babcock. Trying to now start a rally for the Shadowcats. 1-0. Babcock takes a strike. That one, cutter dropped into the zone by Bailargione, and the count 1-1. The guy who's just been an on-base machine. getting on base 45% of the time. 1-1, runs inside, and the count 2-1. A high fastball that barely missed Babcock. Would have been his 5th hit by pitch on the year. Again, a .453 on base percentage.
And Josh, what he's done is he's stopped striking out.
That'll do it. 2-1. Check swing. He goes around on a cutter that looked like he was in the zone anyway, so the count evens 2 balls and 2 strikes. Yeah, his strikeout numbers his first few weeks were really high. Since then, they've plateaued. Only 21 strikeouts. A lot of those came in the first couple weeks. 2-2. Well, there's a cut on and miss.
That's our fault.
So Babcock goes down swinging. And there's 1 gone in the bottom of the 6th inning.
No, but it's productive outs that we talk about all the time. You're probably tired of us talking about it, but the reality of it is when you put the ball in play, Josh, good things happen. Even if you fly out, you could move a guy over, but if you strike out at the plate, not a huge chance that anything else happens on the diamond.
First pitch to Jarrett Halter. That one cut on and missed, and the count's 0-1. So Babcock down swinging to start the bottom of the 6th. So 8 and 9 up next. 0-1 pitch. Halter takes. That one misses inside. So 1-1 the count. This game has gone scoreless over the past 2.5 innings. 1-1 pitch. Big cut and a miss, and the count is 1-2. The 2 bullpen pieces, Bryce O'Quinn for the Shadowcats and Gavin Bilargione for the King Cutters, have really come in and weathered the storm. 1-2. Got him swinging. Goes waving and missing at a fastball above the zone. And there's 2 gone after 2 strikeouts from Bilargione. No one on base, and 4-4 the game. So 2 gone. Bubba Moya at the plate. Had a nice moment talking with his dad last night. First pitch to Moya. Misses up and away. Why don't you try and take a guess what his dad's last name, or what his dad's first name is? I'll give you a hint. It's the same as Bubba's first name.
It's John?
It's John.
Oh, so you found out the Bubba story.
Yeah, so
Okay.
John, the father of John Moya, or Bubba Moya, 1-0. That one misses high. Did he go around on a check swing? He did not. So when talking with John last night, I was like, hey, how's it going? Just chatting as I'm waiting to get Zach Felstad for the post-game interview. And I go, you waiting for an autograph? He goes, no, I'm one of the players' dad. And I go, oh, whose? And he goes, oh, yeah, Bubba's. 2-0. This one rolled on the ground to second. Thetford Fields throws the first in time. And that retires the side. So, quickly to wrap up, I introduced myself, Josh Rajnov. He goes, John Moya. And I'm like, well, how about that? And he goes, we started calling him Bubba at a very young age and just stuck with it. And now Bubba goes by Bubba his entire life. And here with the Shadowcats. But he grounds out to end the bottom of the 6th. And we go to the 7th. Still 4-4 our score. You're listening to Sherman Shadowcats Baseball on the Jake Shockley State Farm Shadowcats Audio Network.
Welcome back, Shadowcat Nation, here at Veterans Field. I'm Will Clifford, here to take you the next little bit of the way. It's Bryce O'Quinn working on the mound as the game still knotted at 4 apiece. His first offering, the Eshelman, misses low, 1-0. Just a slow breaking ball. The 1-0 home. Chopper, third base side, foul. Count goes to 1-1. Eshelman is 1 for 2 on a day. He had a double back in the first and came around to score. He also walked in the second. O'Quinn, through 3 innings, the 1-1 misses outside. Count goes to 2-1. 45 pitches through 3 innings, 2 strikeouts and 2 walks. Loaded the bases and got out of it when he came on in relief. The 2-1 is sent high in the air and out of play first base side. Count even at 2-2. As the Shadowcats have kept the Cane Cutters off the board in the 5th and in the 6th. Working hard in the 7th, the 2-2 home. Chopper just past O'Quinn's reach to Ben Cosme, the second baseman. He fields and throws to first in time. There's one down here in the top of the 7th. It's a 4-4 ball game.
Now batting number 15, Isaiah Castaneda.
That brings up Isaiah Castaneda. 1 for 3 on the day with the single. Back in the first, came around to score and struck out in the 4th. That was his last plate appearance. O'Quinn set below the belt, kicks and deals. That one's low, 1-0. So the TCL is known for producing a handful of MLB caliber players. As here's the 1-0. That one runs high and inside. It's now 2-0. And the Cane Cutters were founded back in 2011. They've had a handful of success here in the TCL, have never won. Here's the 2-0. Top of the zone, count shifts to 2-1. Just nibbling around the high and inside half. O'Quinn works carefully. Quinn, set, kicks, the 2-1. Check swing didn't go, and the ball misses outside. Count now 3-1. Castaneda, the 3-1, swung on, high in the air. Boyles, the catcher, coming on, called off by the first baseman, Sessions, and Sessions makes the play in foul territory. There's 2 down here in the top of the 7th, still a 4-4 game.
Number 25, Abel Thetford.
And so, one of the Cane Cutters' most successful players has found some success recently. Hunter Fiducia. Hunter's a catcher currently playing for the Tampa Bay Rays, but he was drafted back in 2018 to the Los Angeles Dodgers. O'Quinn retakes the mound.
It wasn't a trade for Blake Snell, right?
It was.
It wasn't
not the Blake Snell trade. First offering, the new batter in there for a strike.
No, Blake Snell went to the Giants before the Dodgers. Disregard.
He was involved in a trade, though, which I'll get to. So he's the primary Rays catcher as it stands right now. The 0-1 misses low. Count even at 1 apiece. Last year, he appeared in a career-high 38 games between both the Rays and the Dodgers as he was traded mid-season. The 1-1. Downstairs, count runs to 2-1. So the Rays acquired him in a trade last year. It was at the deadline in exchange for Paul Gravars and Adam Swarnowski, both now in the minor leagues, and catcher Ben Rortvedt, who was a former Yankee, now in his second stint with the Rays. The 2-1 downstairs, now 3-1. Here's the 3-1 home. swung on and hit to second base past the reach of Bencosme. It's a 2-out single for Tetford here in the 7th. It's still a tie ball game.
That'll bring to play number 3, Ethan Spiriqueta.
I'll bring up Ethan Espiricueta. Espiricueta on the day, a single, a ground out to second, and then reached on a hit by pitch. The lefty stands in as O'Quinn has a runner on with 2 down. First offering, swung on and fouled back third base side out of play. Since the trade from the Dodgers, where he was struggling in Triple and Double A and had a few MLB appearances, but not getting a great deal of action, moves over to Tampa Bay, where he's found a great deal of success. He's got an everyday role going. O'Quinn checks on Tetford at first, agrees to the pitch, now deals home the 0-1, swung on and fouled off to the same spot out of play on the third base side. Now O'Quinn is ahead 0-2. Fiducia has a 14.3% walk rate, which puts him just above average out of AL catchers. The 0-2. Chopper, first base side, Sessions fields and does it himself, steps on the bag. O'Quinn gets out of the 7th. We go to the bottom half of the inning, still tied 4-4. You're listening to Sherman Shadowcats Baseball on the Jake Shockley State Farm Radio Network. Welcome back, Shadowcat Nation. We're on the bottom of the 7th. Game tied at 4 apiece. That brings up the leadoff bat again, Ricky Requejo. First offering to him in there for a strike, 0-1. Now the 4th time today that Requejo has led off an inning. So he's 1 for 3. The 0-1 misses inside, a matrix move from Requejo. Count even at 1-1. It was a single back in the 3rd that let him come around to score. The 1-1 home. Chopper straight to second base, a slow roller, now cut off by Haas, the first baseman, thrown it to the pitcher, Belligeron covering, and there's a collision. Requejo bumps into Belligeron, covering the bag. Requejo called out on the play.
Requejo out at first.
Looked like Tetherford was ready for that one, and Haas just comes and cuts him off. And then Belligeron's got to run over and cover. And so Belligeron bounding to the bag.
That was an interesting play as Largeron was on the middle part of the bag, so really tough for Requejo, who needed to go to the outside part of the bag, but both of them just kind of ranging that way, and those are always tough whenever the ball hit more towards the second base side of first base, and Haas probably should have gave way to Thetford at that point. He should know, and Haas not, I don't think, naturally first baseman, but still, that's just a tough play, but everyone's okay.
New batter is Zach Felstad. First offering to him inside, 1-0. Felstad hitting .271 on the year. At one point this season, he was hitting under the Mendoza line. 1-0 home, misses outside, 2-0. UC Irvine product now a 6-game on-base streak after reaching twice today in 3 tries. The 2-0. That one misses low and in, so in a 3-0 count, Felstad is the only Shadowcat player to swing in a 3-0 count this season and reach. He did it earlier in the season, knocking a triple against the Victoria Generals. The 3-0 home. There is no swing, it's upstairs. 4-pitch walk to Felstad. That brings up Tyler Sessions.
Now batting number 38, Tyler Sessions.
Here in the bottom of the 7th, it's still a tie ball game. Felstad on first would be the go-ahead run. With only 1 out, sacrifice fly deep enough would move the runner over. But Felstad, who is 8 for 8 on stolen bases this year, a threat to go. First offering to Sessions. Missing inside. Count 1-0. Sessions with 2 home runs on the season. Tied for first, the Shadowcats active roster. The 1-0 misses. Throw down a second. Not in time. It gets away. Felstad now makes a turn going for 3. The play at third. Not in time. A steal and an advancement on what will likely be called a throwing error. Moves the leading run to third base. Sessions now ahead of the count, 2-0.
And the infield comes in for Acadiana, and that's something I would want to do with Tyler at the plate.
Bergeron has thrown 6 straight balls. That one cut on and missed. Count now 2-1.
So Abilene intentionally walk Tyler in multiple situations like this, I guess the scouting report hasn't made its way to Acadiana.
Here's the 2-1. Bounced in the dirt. Here comes Felstad. There will be no play at the plate. Sherman takes the lead in the bottom of the 7th. It's 5-4 Shadowcats.
That's one Caldwell would like to have back. The catcher just can't grab that one, and that was just a fastball that was low. Not like it really bounced in there, but Caldwell needs to have that one. Instead, it's a pass ball and allows the go-ahead run to come to the plate.
The base running expertise of Felstad works in the Shadowcats' favor. The 3-1 home now to Sessions is cut on and missed. Count runs full.
That's the exhibit A on why you can't walk guys like Felstad, because, again, he told us yesterday he likes to create chaos, and created chaos on the base pass today. Belligeron
set, kicks, the payoff pitch, hammered in between first and second base. Session makes the turn and settles in at first base. It's a one-out single for the 6'6". We'll have a mound visit here for Acadiana, as this will mark the end of Belligeron. His final line is 3 2/3 innings of work coming on in relief. Gave up an earned run, 4 strikeouts and a walk, but his day is over. We'll step aside. Sherman leads it 5-4. Welcome back, Shadowcat Nation. We're here in the 7th. There's a new pitcher on the mound for the Cane Cutters. It's Jack C. Tyler Sessions leads off first. First offering to the batter, Cole Carnes, is low. Count runs 1-0. Here's the 1-0 to Carnes. That one misses outside, 2-0. C struggling to hit the zone after coming on in relief. C with the Cane Cutters comes in with an ERA of 30 through 3 innings pitched. The 2-0 home. That one runs inside, so 3 straight balls to start his relief appearance. He's given up 10 earned runs on 6 hits and 7 walks. With the runner on first and only 1 down, in the bottom of the 7th, the Shadowcats have a chance to crack this one wide open. The 3-0. That one clips the top of the zone. A fastball sitting at 84 miles an hour. Count shifts to 3-1. Sessions leading off at first. C sets. Kicks. The 3-1. Misses outside.
Ball 4 sends Carnes down to first
Carnes
base.
takes his
Now
trip
bringing
to
up number
first.
26, Izzy
Sessions
Bencosa.
slides to second. They're 2 on with only 1 down in the bottom of the 7th. Sherman leads it 5-4. C has a whip of 433. He's faced 23 total batters. First offering to Bencosa. Breaking ball that broke too much. Bencosa ahead 1-0.
He has a really long leg kick to the plate, and I can see Tyler Sessions trying to size him up, see if he can tie him up, C, and potentially try and put on the double steal here.
C, set. Checks the runner at second. Now sends home. That one's high and inside. Bencosa awaiting the 2-0 with 2 on. C delivers. Sessions steals. That one gets away from Cardwell, the catcher. Carnes snags second on the passed ball. Sherman has 2 runners in scoring position here in the bottom of the 7th, trying to add on to their 1-run lead.
And there's my point exactly. Sessions doing a good job of timing up C to the plate. Wasn't even looking at him. Sessions a couple grow hops before C was even going home, and then stole second, and then stole third, rather.
The 3-0 to Bencosa, at risk of walking the bases loaded. C finds the zone. Count runs 3-1. Infield in. Everybody touching the grass. Second and shortstop play tight to the bag, anticipating a double play ball. Here's the 3-1. Swung on, driven over the head of a leaping Elshelman. That one gets all the way to the wall in left center field. Sessions scores. Here comes Carnes. He scores. Now Bencosa churning for third. The play at the third base. Not in time. A triple for Bencosa.
2 runs for the Shadowcats.
Izzy Bencosa
Folks, let's hear it for Bencosa.
clears the bases. 2 RBI triple. Sherman leads it 7-4 here in the bottom of the 7th.
And a very testy send from him rounding third base, rounding second base, as the throw was already into the cutoff man. But Bencosa with a really good slide to avoid the tag from Espiricueta at third.
That'll bring up Boyles. His first offering to him is inside. Charlie Boyles struggling to crack the Mendoza line. Now with Bencosa on third, the 1-0 home. Missing inside at the knees. Count to 2-0. Bencosa waiting like a shark who smells blood. Jack C has thrown 3 wild pitches this inning. The 2-0. Finding the zone, finally, count moves to 2-1. C out of Tomball, Texas. He's uncommitted. Kicks. The 2-1. Sent high in the air, trending out of play, and goes foul. Time for Boyles to shorten up in a 2-2 count. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out here in the bottom of the 7th. Sherman leads at 7-4 with a runner on third. The 2-2 home. That one misses low. Count runs full. Boyles spent his freshman year of college as a redshirt at Baton Rouge Community College. Now here in Sherman, sees the payoff pitch, swings on it, sends it high in the air towards us, and next to our broadcast booth, Josh Rajanov is going to get a ball. It has finally happened. A year and a month of waiting is finally over. Josh Rajanov has a foul ball. Payoff.
So I get a
part
bag of
2.
chips, right?
Swung on, set in the air to right field. LeBlue coming on. It'll drop in front of him. Ben Cosme trots in to score. An RBI single from Boyles, and Sherman leads it 8-4 here in the bottom of the 7th.
Now batting number 24, Camden Babcock.
LeBlue got a bad read on it, started trending backwards. Now a mound visit. Jack C. has let the bases clear. LeBlue got a bad read on it. He started trending towards that short porch out in right field here at Veterans Field, and then realized it wasn't going to carry, as there's no wind today at the ballpark. And so the ball did not trend in any direction, and then LeBlue coming on decides to play it off a hop. Ben Cosme was likely scoring from tagging up. The only difference there is now Boyles reaches first. Slow movement in the Acadiana bullpen as the Cane Cutters trying to get some relief. Umpires are trying to get a hold of the situation. And that'll do it for C. His day is over. Jack C. comes on in relief, cannot get an out. Allows 2 runs to score. We'll step aside and tell you who's pitching for the Cane Cutters next. We're in the bottom of the 7th. Sherman leads it 8-4. That'll be all for Jack C. Cane Cutters replace one Jack with another. Sherman leads at 8-4. We're in the bottom of the 7th. It's Jack Hollowbrook. His first pitch in, a strike to Babcock, the new batter. Jack Hollowbrook has 9 appearances with the Cane Cutters and a save through 16 2/3 innings pitched. The 0-1. That one misses low. 1-1 the count. He's got a 6.48 ERA with a whip of 114. And 18 strikeouts on the season as well. Fastball sitting at just under 90 miles an hour. The 1-1 home. Breaking ball in there for a strike. Count moves to 1-2. Boyles still leads off first. There's only one down in the inning. A sack could move him over. He's also a threat to steal on the 1-2. Gets away from the catcher Cardwell. Boyles stays put. Oh, he had a free bag there. Didn't take it. Count moves to 2-2. Holbrook has come out of the bullpen this year. No game started. The 2-2 home. Fouled high in the air and out of play behind home plate. Count stays where it is, 2-2. He's been a flamethrower, or excuse me, a firefighter for the Cane Cutters. Pretty big difference in the two. Although a flamethrower can also be a firefighter. In baseball, as the 2-2 was swung on and sent out of play again. Babcock doing a good job at staying alive. He's come on in relief to stave off the big innings and deal with runners on base. The 2-2 home. Breaking ball just missing upstairs. A high changeup, no swing from Babcock. The count runs full. Boyles leads off at first. There's one down here in the bottom of the 7th. Sherman's leading at 8-4. Holbrook sets. The payoff pitch. Swung on high in the air. Everybody's going towards it, converging just in front of the mound. It'll be the shortstop Eshelman who calls everybody off and makes the play. There's two down here in the bottom of the 7th.
Now batting number 19, Jared Halters.
That'll bring up Jared Halters. Halter batting 8th in the lineup for the Shadowcats. This year at Seminole State, Halter hit .344 with 4 bombs. Holbrook deals the first offering in there, 0-1. Boyles still on first. Didn't go on a pass ball earlier, probably hesitating all the way. As Holbrook sets and deals. Swung on and missed. Halter now behind 0-2. Halter 0 for 2 on the day. The pair of strikeouts and an RBI. The 0-2. Swung on and sent to shallow center field. A base hit. Halter makes the turn and settles in as there are now 2 aboard for the Shadowcats with 2 down in the bottom of the 7th. We'll bring up Bubba Moya, 0 for 3 on the day. No better time like the present to get going and keep working on the 2-out rally. First offering to Moya, gets behind the catcher. The runners advance as Cardwell couldn't find it. Now he does, but by the time he picks the ball up, Boyles has already snagged second, and Halter moved up to... Boyles snagged third, and Halter snagged second. Bubba Moya in a 1-0 count now with 2 runners in scoring position. Shadowcats are 2 for 7 with 2 outs. The 1-0 sent straight to first baseman Haas. He'll field and step on the bag. So 2 stranded for the Shadowcats. We go to the 8th inning. You're listening to Sherman Shadowcats Baseball on the Jake Shockley State Farm Radio Network. Back, Shadowcat Nation. We're here at Veterans Field, the top of the 8th inning. The 8th inning is brought to you by Grand Slam Grill. Grand Slam Grill, ballpark food done right. So that'll bring up Hayden LeBlue. LeBlue 0 for 2 on the day with a strikeout. There's a new pitcher. It's Caden Becker working on the mound for the Shadowcats. First offering in there for a strike. 0-1. As the sun continues to set here in far north Texas, Shadowcats lead at 8-4 in the 8th. The 0-1 home. A little too upstairs. Count 1-1. LeBou was hit by a pitch in the first. Nothing since. Caden Becker dealing with injury history as 1-1 misses upstairs, now 2-1. Dealing with injuries for the bulk of the season has been a spotty start for the Shadowcats. He's 1-0 on the season through 6 appearances. He's only thrown 9 innings of work, but has a 19 ERA. The 2-1 home. That one misses upstairs. Count runs to 3-1. 8 strikeouts as well for the righty. The new Braunfels native sets, kicks, and deals. That one misses outside, so a 5-pitch walk to LeBou.
Sends LeBou down to first base. That'll bring up number 31, Caleb Cardwell. No, it won't. Number 35, Cannon Turner.
That'll bring up a pinch hitter for Acadiana. It's Cannon Turner. The righty stands in and watches first offering high and inside, 1-0. Becker came on in relief for O'Quinn. O'Quinn is in line for the win. Here's the 1-0. Cut on and missed. Count even at 1 apiece. Becker set at his chest. Exhales, now deals. Just missing. Count 2-1. LeBeau, a threat to steal on first. Becker, the 2-1. Upstairs, back-to-back batters in 3-1 counts.
And if you're Becker on the mound, you have to come in and command the zone better out of the bullpen. And I know it's his first time throwing in a while, but still, it's just, you have to be able to come in and throw strikes, especially whenever your team gave you a 4-run lead in the bottom half of an inning.
Here's the 3-1. Upstairs, so back-to-back 5-pitch walks. Now there are runners at first and second with nobody down here in the top of the 8th. Sherman still leads at 8-4. Manager Barry Manuel going to go and talk with his pitcher, who has taken off his glove and is working with the rosin bag, it seems.
Sometimes we're not prepared for adversity.
You have to be able to come in and throw strikes, and Barry Manuel probably not going to be pleased, because you can't come in out of the bullpen with 2 straight walks. And Barry Manuel very animated on the mound right now, talking to his pitcher, and I've never really seen his manager. I've never really seen the manager like that. Manuel usually very calm, but he's very animated, and I think he's had enough. I think when it comes to bullpen guys coming out and struggling to command the zone, because again, your team, your offense just worked for you. You got 4 runs in the bottom of the 7th. So when you're a pitcher, you have to do your job next. And it's not like these walks have been competitive either. They've been 2 5-pitch walks.
That'll bring up the bottom of the lineup. It's Bordeaux. First pitch. Missing. Count 1-0. Infield shaded all the way in. Middle infielders sit for a double play ball. Sessions at first, and Halter at third, crashing on the bunt attempts, if there is one. Here's the 1-0. Bunt is shown. Up the third base line. Halter fields, can't make the throw. It slips out of his hand. Everybody is safe. And now the bases are loaded with nobody out here in the top of the 8th.
Couldn't have placed that bunt better. Even if Halter was able to get a good grip on it, I don't think that he would have been able to make that play. It's definitely a bunt single, and that's what happens when you walk 2 straight guys out of the bullpen. It just creates opportunities for an opposing team, and right now, Acadiana threatening down 4.
LeBleu at third, Turner at second, and Bordeaux at first. Lineup flips over. It's Braylon Harris. First pitch to him. I went in there for a strike, 0-1. Now with the bases loaded, infield still playing for the double play ball. The 0-1 home. That one's outside, count even at 1-1. Shadowcats have had issues all year long. Throw-in walks out of the bullpen. Takes him a second to settle in. Here's the 1-1. Runs in and hits him. Harris takes his bag, and with the bases loaded, that'll bring in a run. Sherman still leads it 8-5.
Edwin Nunez warming up in the Shadowcats bullpen, the new star closer, who is needing to get going quicker now as the Shadowcats dugout all look out to their left to see the left field bullpen and if Nunez can be ready anytime soon. But right now, Arroyo, the bullpen catcher, is not squatting down fully yet.
First offering to the new batter, Haas, is sent high in the air. to right field. Babcock coming on. It's the second baseman, Ben Cosme, who calls him off and makes the play. First pitch, fly out. Becker has his first out and the first out of the inning here in the 8th. Sherman still leads it 8-5.
That is poor situational awareness from Haas at the plate. Whenever you have a pitcher who has walked the bases loaded basically and allowed a hit by pitch that scored a run, and you go swinging at the first pitch, and let alone that pitch was probably going to be a ball, that is bad situational awareness from Haas.
Eshelman, the new batter for the Cane Cutters. This one goes off the backstop. A gracious bounce to Boyles as he corrals it and everybody stays put. The bases are still loaded for Acadiana. It's Turner on third, Bordeaux on second, and Harris on first. LeBlue came around to score after the hit by pitch from Harris. The 1-0 to Eshelman. Inside for a strike, just clipping the high outside corner, or high inside corner, rather. Count even at 1 apiece. There's one down here in the 8th. Sherman leads by 3. It's Becker dealing on the mound. The 1-1 is fouled high and out of play into the parking lot behind third base. Count moves to 1-2. Becker yet to give up a hit, but walks and hit by pitches, and now the bases are packed. The 1-2 swung on and fouled behind home plate. They'll stay as it is. Sherman has scored 8 runs on 10 hits, courtesy of 1 Acadiana error. Meanwhile, the Cane Cutters have scored 5 from 7 hits. Sherman's defense hasn't committed an error yet. They've played sound ball backing up their arms. Becker's 1-2 home. Swung on, foul ball, third base side again. Eshelman staying alive. Today's shortstop, battling with Becker, with the bases full. Only one out. The 1-2. Breaking ball, check swing, goes foul. Eshelman has just been an impossible out for Becker. He's fouled off 4 straight. Becker set at the chest. 1-2 once more. Breaking ball. Rung him up on strikes.
Strike 3 for out number 2 at the plate.
After a long battle, Ethan Eshelman marches back to the dugout. There's 2 down here in the top of the 8th with the bases still loaded.
That's a big-time strikeout for Becker on the mound, and boy, did he need that one, and now 2 gone and a big chance to get out of this by limiting the damage.
That'll bring up Isaiah Castaneda. First offering to him, misses low, ahead 1-0.
If you could keep this at a 3-run ball game and let your team go to work in the bottom of the 8th, see if they can get insurance runs and leave it off to Nunez, that'd be a big win.
1-0 home. That one right down Broadway. 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here in the top of the 8th. The bases are loaded for the Cane Cutters. 2 down. Swung on, sent on a hot rope to Ben Cosme. He dives and makes the play, throws to first in time.
Nice play by Ben Cosme.
Caden Becker loads the bases and then gets out of the inning.
Heading into the bottom of the 8th inning, it's 8-5.
We're going to the bottom of the 8th. Sherman leads it 8-5. You're listening to Sherman Shadowcats Baseball on the Jake Shockley State Farm Radio Network. Welcome back, Shadowcat Nation. We're here in the bottom of the 8th. Sherman leads at 8-5. The new arm on for the Cane Cutters is Josh Jones. Jones out of McNeese State. Through just 4 appearances with Acadiana, he's got an ERA of 7.71 and a whip of 1.93. He's only pitched 4 2/3 innings, and he's on here in the 8th. Potentially the last inning for the Cane Cutters if their bats don't get going the top half of the 9th. But here in the bottom half of the 8th, it's Ricky Requejo. No, this isn't a broken record. He's leading off again. His 5th time today as the leadoff bat. 1 for 4 so far.
Really getting his money's worth for the term leadoff hitter.
Exactly. Just 1 shy of tying an MLB record. It's the first offering to Requejo in there for a strike, 0-1. The MLB record for most times leading off in a game is 6 through 9 innings. Happened multiple times, the 0-1. Misses outside, count even at 1 apiece. Now Requejo would have to lead off again in the 9th if Acadiana ends up tying the ball game, as Sherman leads by just 3. So slightly unlikely. So the 1-1 is low. Count moves to 2-1.
And that would also mean the Shadowcats would need to send all 9 to the plate again in this inning, and then Acadiana to tie, and you get the gist.
But it's happened so many times today, why not again? A 2-1 in there for a strike, count even at 2-2.
Yeah, I don't know if we want that that sweat of a game.
No.
Maybe not a why not on that one.
Jones, 2-2 home, swung on, fouled back. Requejo lost the bat as well. Just threw it into the netting behind home plate. He's asking for some more pine tar. He'll call timeout and go get some.
Zach Felstad on the on-deck circle was very close to getting hit by that one, but he didn't.
He was unfazed.
Yeah, he didn't have any
Felstad,
reaction.
Who is just...
Like Kobe.
No, that famous video of him standing there. Triple platinum level video. Sherman leadoff bats today, 1 for 7. The 2-2 home. Grounded, third base side. Esparqueta fields, throws to first in time.
Requejo grounds out.
There's 1 down here in the bottom of the 8th. Sherman leads at 8-5. So Requejo as the leadoff man. 1 for 5 today. That'll bring up Zach Felstad. The lefty has been productive. 2 for 3. Both times came around to score. First pitch, Felstad swings on it. It's a bloop, shallow center. The play can't be made by Harris. Felstad thinks about pushing for 2. He returns to first base. An aggressive AB for Zach Felstad, jumping all over Josh Jones. The Shadowcats have a runner aboard with 1 down here in the bottom of the 8th. Just a good piece of hitting right there. Seeing his pitch, assistant coach Isaac Davila has encouraged him to get on top of things. If someone hangs you a first offering, clobber it. And he does so there. New batter, Tyler Sessions. First offering to him. And this is downstairs, 1-0. Felstad off first, stole second, took third on a passed ball, and then came home to score on another wild pitch. Now leading off at first with 9 official stolen bases on the season and a threat to make it 10. The 1-0 to Sessions. This is low. Sessions ahead 2-0. With runners on and less than 2 outs, the Shadowcats are 3 for 3. Here's a back pick to first. Felstad in safely. Top to bottom lineup production for the Shadowcats today. Jones deals home. That one's low again. Count goes to 3-0 as Cardwell will get a new ball at risk of a 4-pitch walk here. The righty needs to find the zone. Sessions, a couple swings of the bat, stands tall, the 3-0, no swing, no strike. It's a 4-pitch walk. There are 2 on now with only 1 down in the bottom of the 8th. Sherman leads by 3. That brings up the left-handed catcher, Cole Carnes, designated hitting today. 2 for 3 with 3 RBIs tonight. Now with runners at first and second, a chance for more. First offering to him in there for a strike.
I think a hit here would solidify him as the Buffalo Wild Wings player of the game, would you say? If the Shadowcats can hold on to win.
I think so. I'll have to look over my notes again, but I think I have him right now atop my list. The 0-1 misses downstairs, count even at 1-1. Him or Felstad have had incredible games today, and I would be fine going either or.
Well, we got Felstad yesterday, so.
And we'll go Cole Carnes today. If the Shadowcats can hold on to win it, there's a closer warming in the Cats bullpen. Felstad steals third, fouled back. Would have swiped the bag with no contest. What a jump he got. By the time the ball was at Cole Carnes' bat, Felstad, rather, was just a step or 2 away from the bag. It was a double steal. Sessions also went, but everybody retreats. Now count 1 and 2 to Carnes. 1 down here in the bottom of the 8th. Runners on first and second. Jones steals home. Missing inside. Count even at 2 apiece. Going into an off day, there's probably more willingness to use more arms if you're the cane cutters in this game. It's the 2-2 home. Swung on into the glove of a jumping Tetford. Everybody runs back to their bag safely. Tried to catch Felstad sleeping at second. He was not. And so now there are 2 down here in the bottom of the 8th. Sherman still leads by 3.
It's okay, Cole. You're still in the lead for Buffalo Wild Wings player of the game. I don't know. Maybe if Ben Cosme sends one out here. Might have to think through things because Izzy has 2 RBIs. Cole has 3. So if Izzy can drive home 2, might take Cole out of the running. Sorry, Cole.
First offering. No, we're going to get a late mound visit from Acadiana as everybody will come in and chat here. All the infielders congregate. I don't see any action in the Acadiana bullpen, so it's most likely Jones's inning to get out of. He's the 5th cane cutter pitcher to come on today. He took over for Hallbrook, who threw 2/3 of an inning, and now he's through 2/3 and is an out away from making it 1 complete. He's only tossed 16 pitches, Josh, and half of which have been strikes, so not exactly pounding the zone.
Yeah, and this is an odd mound visit because Jones was ready to go for the next pitch to Ben Cosme, and then you could hear the coach yell, "Step off," and then come to the mound.
Must have seen something he didn't like, or possibly putting a play in order, possibly a pickoff attempt on Felstad, who's been taking bigger and bigger leads. Tetford holds him on second base. Sessions leads off first. The batter, Ben Cosme, stands in. First offering now goes low, 1-0. Cosme with a very wide stance. Here's a back pick to second. Felstad in standing up. A very wide stance from Cosme, as a lot of the swing comes with his arms. As Josh Jones delivers the 1-0. Misses outside. Count goes 2-0. Struggling with control a little bit. And this at-bat. Can't quite get in front of batters here as coming on in relief. It was fortunate that Tetford was where he was on Cole's line out. 2-0. Misses inside. Rather catches the inside of the plate for a strike, 2-1. Felstad leading off second. Sessions on first. Cosme the batter. Swings on the 2-1 offering. Grounder to short. Eshelman fields, flips to second in time. No runs on some hits and walks. We go to the top of the ninth. Sherman, a chance to close out this ball game and sweep the Cane Cutters. They lead it 8-5. You're listening to Sherman Shadowcats Baseball on the Jake Shockley State Farm Radio Network. Welcome back, Shadowcat Nation. We're here in the ninth inning. Closer on for the Cats, closer on for us in the booth. It's Josh Rajanov.
Thanks, Will. Shadowcats leading 8-5, trying to close this game out in the top of the ninth inning. And they call on their new hard-throwing closer, Edwin Nunez, the righty out of Monroe University. Kicks and deals to Abel Thetford. First pitch is a 92-mile-per-hour strike delivered at the bottom of the zone. 0-1 the count. Yesterday we saw Nunez work a save in the top of the ninth. This one, a broken bat chopper towards third. It caroms off of Halter. Felstad can't make the play behind him.
Would have been an impressive grab from Felstad. He jumped like a starfish, trying to just range up and grab the ball with his bare hand. I don't even think he would have had a play on it anyways.
That'll go down as an error on Halter on third. So it's the first guy aboard to lead off the top of the ninth. An out that you want to get if you're the Shadowcats instead. It's Thetford on first. First pitch to Espir Queta, misses low. 1-0 the count. Fastball right at mid-90s, so Nunez is going to throw hard, you know that. But he's effectively wild on the mound. Yesterday he faced 4 batters. All 4 batters reached a 3-2 count. 1-0 the count to Espir Queta. And the pitch misses high. So the count's 2-0. Yesterday, the first batter, he struck out swinging on a high fastball. Then walked the second batter on the 3-2 count. Then a 3-2 count ground out. 2-0. That one at the top of the zone. And the count's 2-1. And then finally, the final batter of the game yesterday struck out on a 3-2 count. So Nunez, effectively wild. He'll work the count full. 2-1 misses way up. So the count's 3-1. And struggling in command, early on in his second straight outing out of the bullpen for the Shadowcats. After he got the save yesterday, trying to make it 2 straight. 3-1. Pops foul, and the count's 3-2. A little bit of loss on velocity in his second straight day throwing. Yesterday he was in the mid-90s. Today he's in the low 90s. Espiricueta trying to time him up. Full count. Payoff pitch. Way high. It sails the catcher Boyles. It's a walk offered to Espiricueta. And there's 2 aboard to start the 9th, and the tying run coming to the plates. So Hayden LeBlue at the plate. He's 0 for 2 today, does have an RBI. And the righty trying to make things interesting here in the top of the 9th inning. Shadowcats up 8-5 as Boyles and Nunez going over the sign sequence on the mound with now a runner on second base. Thetford's there. Espiricueta is on first. Big moment for Hayden LeBlue. Big moment for Edwin Nunez as the Shadowcats trying to make it 2 straight and sweep Acadiana. First pitch. Misses away with a fastball. The count's 1-0. Nunez didn't get help to start this inning. An error on Halter put Thetford on, and then a 3-2 walk to Espiricueta. 1-0. I want a fastball on the outer half, and the count is 1-1.
Josh, he's facing the bottom half of the lineup here. And that is, you throw strikes, you should work into something.
1-1. And the pitch. That one on the inner half, and the count's 1-2. Acadiana didn't like the call as Boyles was set up outside, and now the home plate umpire tells the the first base dugout to calm down. Says it's been there all day. 1-2 the count. Nunez set, comes home. Misses high with a fastball. Tried getting him to chase. That one's at 95. So 2-2 the count. No chase from LeBlue. 2-2 the count. Nunez trying to get a crucial out number 1 in the top of the 9th. Trying to close down this 3-run lead. 2-2. Fouled straight back. Another fastball right at 95 miles per hour. Nunez, another guy who really only throws 1 pitch. He showed the slider a couple times yesterday, but couldn't command it for a strike and couldn't really use it as a good out pitch. So Acadiana knows what's coming. It's just a matter of can they hit it? Can Nunez control his mid-90s fastball? 2-2 the count. The righty comes set and comes home. Misses away.
These, Josh, are the trials and tribulations, the stress of having a wild reliever. It's fun watching them throw gas, but if they can't hit the zone, it gets really stressful.
Full count once again. And the pitch. Just missed inside. I'm not sure where that one missed, as that pitch was called a strike a few pitches ago. But instead, it's a walk and the bases are loaded. With LeBlue on first, Espiricueta on second, Thetford on third. The go-ahead run now comes to the plate. Shadowcats clinging to an 8-5 lead in the top of the 9th inning. Anxious moments as Cannon Turner comes up to the plate. First pitch to him. That one's a strike at the top of the zone. 0-1 the count. Nunez, the breath on the mound, getting back into the zone. Corners play in, middle plays back. Shadowcats will gladly trade a run for 2 outs. 0-1, big hack and a miss at a fastball at 95, and the count's 0-2.
Josh, today, the Cane Cutters are 0 for 6 with the bases loaded.
You're going to have 3 chances at it, potentially. 0-2. Got him swinging. 95, 95, and 95. Nothing Turner could do but swing straight through it. And it's the first strikeout of the top of the 9th inning. First out. And that brings up the 9-hole Grayson Boudreau with the bases loaded. Shadowcats leading 8-5 in the top of the 9th. First pitch. That one misses high. So the count's 1-0. You saw Nunez throw 3 straight strikes. See if he can try and do it again. 1-0. That one a strike on the outer half, and the count is 1-1. He's working from the wind, deals the 1-1, misses up and away, and the count's 2-1. The Newburgh, New York native of Dominican descent. 2-1 the count. The righty kicks and deals. Misses high, and the count's 3-1. Nowhere to put Boudreau, who is threatening to walk for a 3rd time today out of the 9-hole. 3-1 the count. Nunez comes set. Comes home. That one's a strike at the bottom of the zone, and you guessed it, the count's 3-2. I think we should just, every single at-bat, skip to a 3-2 count and then see what happens, because that is seemingly what has happened with Nunez on the bump.
It's not good for the arm or the pitch count.
That's not good for my heart either. Full count. Payoff pitch. That one just missed inside. And a walk brings home a run. I'm not sure where that one missed either. It's now 8-6. Acadiana trailing the Shadowcats. I mean, that looked like a strike through and through.
It did. It did. It really did.
So Nunez doesn't get the call. Lineup flips back to Braylon Harris, who takes high, ball 1. Bases still loaded, and now the tying run is in scoring position. Espirqueta on 3rd, LeBleu on 2nd, Boudreau on 1st, the 1-0. Tapped on the ground to the right side, through for a base hit. 1 run scores, everyone else goes station to station. It's an RBI single for Braylon Harris. It's now an 8-7 ball game. That was just a seeing eye single, and Sessions went immediately to the bag at first base. Might have had a chance to go make a play, at least got an out. Instead, it's an RBI single. Grant Haas at the plate. First pitch to him. Tapped foul. And the count's 0-1.
I think Sessions on that one was screened by the base runner. Just got in the way there, and nobody had a good play on it. Double play still in order, though, to get out of the game.
Harris on 1st, Boudreau on 2nd, LeBleu on 3rd, representing the tying run, down 8-7. Sherman trying to keep it here. 0-1. Misses high. And now a ton of pressure on Boyles to make sure that nothing can get behind him, as he had to go up and grab that one at his head high. One and one the count. Nunez comes home. Big wave and a miss, and the count is 1-2. Anxious moments here at Veterans Field as the Shadowcats trying to get 2 straight. Nunez working from the line with a runner on 3rd. Bases loaded. The pitch. Got him swinging. His 2nd strikeout of the inning, and there's 2 gone in the top of the 9th. And Acadiana is down to their last out. And it comes in the way of Aiden Eshelman, not the guy if you want at the plate for the Shadowcats. He's been a pest at the plate, a tough guy to get out. He did have a strikeout his last time up, but a guy who will see a lot of pitches and foul off a lot of pitches. So Nunez trying to get him here with the bases still loaded, up by 1. Shadowcats trying to make it 2 straight wins and get to 500 in the second half of the year. Nunez comes home, first pitch. Misses up and away, 1-0. Nowhere to put him, with LeBleu on 3rd, Boudreau on 2nd, and Harris on 1st. Infield back. Nunez deals home the 1-0 pitch. Chop back towards second base up the middle. A dive by Ben Cosme. He gets it, flips to second in time. What a play by Izzy Ben Cosme as Nunez spikes his glove on the ground. His second straight save in as many days. Ben Cosme with the save on the field. Shadowcats survive 8-7 in 9. Shadowcats get to 500 in the second half of the year. They take 2 straight against Acadiana. And that was a big-time victory for the Cats. And Edwin Nunez, a little testy at the end, but gets the save.
Edwin Nunez, what a performance. Josh, when we were told that they were bringing out a flamethrower with the flair of a closer, Josh, Sherman's been lacking a guy to come out and knock down a game. Diaz impressed me today, although I can see how the walks and the wild pitches can get a little scary.
So a big performance from Nunez to get the save, and the Shadowcats get this one 8-7 and sweep Acadiana. The game might be over, but our coverage rolls on. Be sure to stick around for the Joe Brown Law post-game show as we'll interview our Buffalo Wild Wings player of the game, so be sure to stay with us as we'll send it to the Joe Brown Law post-game show with Will Clifford and Will. Tester at the end, but overall, dominant performance from the Shadowcats.
Josh, quite the performance from the Shadowcats. Sherman takes this one in 9 innings. An impressive game from the Cats. Defense was there the whole way through. Infield did not make an official error on the day, although one grounder to third base will be ruled as a base hit, despite it clipping off of the glove of third baseman Hunter. Shadowcats take this one. They move to 500 on the second half of the season. They take it. 8-6 your final. Sherman went behind 3 runs in the first inning. John Langhennig started the game, struggled to find the zone. Sherman responds with a run in the bottom half of the first. Then Langhennig keeps Acadiana scoreless in the second and the third. In the bottom half of the third, Sherman strikes with 3 runs, taking the lead 4-3. Acadiana would then tie in the top of the fourth, and nothing would happen until the seventh when Sherman would bust it open with 4 runs. Would get a little testies in the top of the eighth. Acadiana would plate 1 and then 2 in the ninth. But that would be all she wrote for the Cane Cutters. An impressive play from Izzy Ben Cosme, flipping the second to get a force out on his knees. And Sherman would take this one 8-7 your final. The story of this one can really be told with Acadiana not taking advantage of their opportunities. They fall in 2 games to Sherman. Both games, they led at 1 point. Today, Acadiana went 1 for 10 with the bases loaded. They had runners in scoring position all day long. They were 5 for 17 with runners in scoring position. Their leadoff batters were getting aboard. They went 5 for 9, but it's a matter of bringing them in, which they did not do. As for the Shadowcats, 2 for 9 with 2 outs on the day, but 6 for 17 with runners on. Moving the ball around, driving guys in, completing the small ball. Sherman started the year struggling to move guys around the base paths. Someone would reach, and nothing much more would happen afterwards. But the second half squad, able to bring those guys in. That success comes courtesy of everywhere in the lineup. Sherman, an impressive day top to bottom, guys reaching across the board. For the Cane Cutters, it took them 5 pitchers. It was Dempsey who started the game for the Cane Cutters. He went 2 2/3. Gave it to Balageron, who threw 3 2/3. Then Jack C. couldn't get an out, gave up 2 runs. Then to Jack Hollowbrook, and then Josh Jones to close it out. Acadiana happy with using as many arms as they thought they needed to keep the Shadowcats off the board, and have a chance at a comeback, which they did. The pitching did its job. Sherman held to 8 runs, but with the bases loaded in the 9th, Acadiana could only score 2 runs. Tying run was 90 feet away at third, and they could not convert. I'm Will Clifford here on the Joe Brown Law postgame show. We're chugging along here. It's 9:36 local time. We'll have our Buffalo Wild Wings player of the game on the way. It'll be Cole Carnes. Carnes with a single and a double and 2 flyouts on the day. He is our Buffalo Wild Wings player of the game. The lefty usually finds himself behind the plate, but today was the designated hitter. He had 3 RBIs of Sherman's 8 runs. An impressive showing from Carnes. Usually catchers will struggle in the designated hitting spot because they are so worn out from their time behind the plate. But Carnes, the third-year Shadowcat, a seasoned veteran here near the Red River, as our very own Josh Rajanov will chat with him shortly. But top to bottom, the Shadowcats lineup, very successful. 7 of the 9 Shadowcat bats were able to record a hit. It was only Moya and Babcock who did not reach today on a walk or a hit. But 7 of the 9 batters converting today, and that's a recipe for success. Sherman takes this one 8-7 after some late stress in the 9th inning. In just a moment, we'll have an interview with our Joe Brown Law player of the game, Buffalo Wild Wings player of the game here on our Joe Brown Law postgame show. Sherman takes it in 9 innings. Here to tell you about it and talk to Cole Carnes, it's Josh Rajanov. Josh?
Thanks, Will. Shadowcats take this one 8-7, and I'm here with our Buffalo Wild Wings player of the game, Cole Carnes. Cole, a great performance from you today. A couple of hits. I know you wanted to get another one there at the end, a line out to second base, but 3 RBIs, 6 RBIs in your last 2 games. Just what's working for you at the plate right now?
I mean, made many adjustments with my swing. Started off the summer with more of a tall stance and everything, and realized that it just wasn't cutting it to where I just got lower in my swing, and the adjustments started paying off and everything, and more hits are coming along and more RBIs, and really every at-bat I'm just trying to score runs, as many as possible.
And Coach is trusting you, putting you in the cleanup spot over the past couple of games. So what's that trust like from Barry Manuel?
I mean, it's a great feeling as a player, you know, consistently playing, consistently knowing you're going to be in the lineup, and consistently you don't really feel like you have to prove yourself. You just know he has that trust in you, and you can get the job done without any pressure.
And you and Charlie splitting time at catcher right now. Both of you guys have really been in the lineup every single game in the second half. Working with 2 catchers, so what's that been like, and how are you adjusting to that? And you said you like being in the lineup every single day, so is that something that kind of fuels you?
Oh, yeah, big time. And, I mean, one of the things is we just take our recovery really serious after the game and everything. Obviously, we're looking forward to Mondays when they come around. But, yeah, I mean, it's just taking recovery serious and just doing everything we can to help the team win.
And you did everything you can to help the team win. And overall, probably one of the better team wins on the season. 8 runs. And the lineup was really moving along, especially in those big innings. When the lineup's moving like that, what are you thinking as a hitter to try and keep it going to the next guy?
Oh, I mean, you're just thinking, I want to be the next guy up. I want to face this pitcher, and I want to do whatever I can to score runs, get on base, get hit. Because Coach Barry's been talking about whatever you can to get on base, not moving, wearing a pitch, or just walking, you know. And it's just been paying off. We've been scoring a lot of runs as an offense, and listening to them has just been paying off.
And the Shadowcats scoring a lot of runs, trying to make a playoff push here in the second half of the season. Cole, our Buffalo Wild Wings player of the game, thank you so much for joining the show.
Thank you for having me.
That's Cole Carnes, our B-Dubs player of the game, and Will, just a great performance from the Shadowcats overall, and Cole here had a okay game, I guess.
It was okay. Nothing to write home about, but I guess we are going to call him our Buffalo Wild Wings player of the game because we have to pick somebody, and we picked him. No, Cole, a great game today and a great win for the Shadowcats. Cole Carnes, a friend of the booth. Incredible play from Izzy Bencosme to end the game out at second base, and that does it for the Shadowcats. But Sherman sweeps Acadiana and finds themselves in a position to make a playoff push. Don't book your August flights because the Shadowcats are hunting down some playoff ball, Josh.
And the Shadowcats getting to 500 now in the second half of the year. Again, the statement from Barry Manuel every single game is be 500, right? Try and split each series and then pick up 2 or 3 wins that should get you in a playoff position. I think this team is more than capable of doing that, especially, playing against a team like Acadiana who has been struggling in the second half, but you have to win those games, right? Those are games that you have to take, and the Shadowcats did. Got a little testy at the end, probably a little bit too testy at the end, but overall the Shadowcats win this one. And they take 2 on 4th of July weekend as the fireworks shooting around us. Shadowcats with some fireworks on the field, 8-7. They take it over Acadiana as we roll through our final lines for tonight. For Acadiana, it's 7 runs on 9 hits and 2 errors. For Sherman, 8 runs on 10 hits and no errors. Bryce O'Quinn gets the win. He went 4 innings of relief, came on in the 3rd inning and the 4th inning and absolutely dominated from there. And he needed to be that dominant, kind of the middle relief guy out of the bullpen. He gets credited with the win. He's 1-0. Jack C. gets the loss. He's 0-1. Edwin Nunez, in his 2nd straight game, coming on in a save situation, gets save number 2, although, again, probably a little bit more testy than you would have hoped, walking the bases loaded, but still, Nunez gets the save, his 2nd on the year. The Shadowcats take 2 against Acadiana and get a much-needed day off tomorrow before traveling to Brazos Valley. They take on the Bombers for 2, so you can't listen to us, but you can tune into that on TCL TV. Our next broadcast will be on Thursday as the Shadowcats taking on the Bombers, and that's a 7:05 first pitch. Our pregame show with Will Clifford will get going at 6:45. He'll have the coverage for you on Thursday and Friday. That's going to do it for us here from Sherman as the Shadowcats take this one 8-7 over Acadiana. For Will Clifford, I'm Josh Rajanov. Shadowcats take this one 8-7. Until Thursday, so long, everybody.